My name's Thunder Jones. Yep, yep, we have 20, 24 in our main field, and we have 8 in our each of our side competitions. Yeah, let's go. Let's bring up your list. See who you think's got the win ready. Well, I haven't been watching every series. I've been running green. Liquid Death has always been one of the fastest out there. Because he's the only one I've seen that much of, I'm gonna go with Liquid Death. That is wild. Yeah, absolutely. Again, I gotta say I have experience in green. I've seen Helix Squid Steeples, and they're all tearing it down, as well as Skull tearing it down every time. I'm gonna say pulling out Helix for this. He got which award was it? He got the Rising Star of the Year this year, so he's been showing everybody what he's got. I think he might have two wheels. Yeah, we got a couple new cameramen up here. Yeah, we're gonna get them qualified in duos. We have 12 duos. First duo is, if you want to announce it first. All right, well, I can go. First duo is Evil Force and Head First. stacked lineup. All right, good stuff, good stuff. Again, a stacked field. We're getting the first two staged up and ready to go.
Sorry to interrupt. I know the stream can hear me. I'm pretty sure on the stream Jack is muted. And then also hit Alt U as well in the stream.
Sounds like just maybe you.
All right, I think I fixed the issue. I don't know how I missed that.
Well, getting our first pair up right here, we have Evil Force and Head First.
But yeah, hit Alt U and Beam. We'll be good to go.
Yep. Monster and Evil Force, Keith and Head First. Monster got Racer of the Year award. Keith got the Show and Shine, as well as Trickster.
That's right, fresh off of 2 awards. Once again, if you're just joining us, my name is Jack. I'm joined by
Thunder.
Thunder. Thanks for the reminder. It was just on the tip of my tongue. We're getting ready to start qualifying here at Grand Finals 5, and they are off. This is Marvin Heemeyer and Evil Force in the lane closest to the screen, and Keith in Head First in the truck farthest from the screen. They are dead even right now as they make their way down the back stretch. Now, this track is a long and complex one. They have to round those pods and then come over this jump. Marvin Heemeyer with a clear lead going into the second to last turn. Keith having some ground to make up. Marvin absolutely nailing the turn. He's going to get the faster time by about 6 or 7 truck lengths. What an impressive performance. We're going to wait for those official times to come in.
And again, extremely technical course. This is one that's given a lot of people some problems with how many tight turns and different ways of going there are.
Indeed, indeed. I was talking to some of the drivers prior to tonight's competitions, and they were telling me just how difficult this track was and how important it is to be consistent on this course as well.
Yep. And we're going to get them staged on the other sides, get each one a qualifying run on each side, make it fairer.
Correct. Each competitor gets 2 qualifying passes, 1 in each lane. Looks like they're having to restage Keith in Head First. And remember, in the first pass, Marvin Heemeyer and Evil Force got the faster time. Now, I'd like to point out that the lanes are equal in terms of distance. The only difference is the direction in which the drivers have to turn, and that simply is a matter of driver preference. So when it comes down to the racing competition, that is all that lane choice is going to be determined by. Driver preference. Anyway, looks like they are staged and we are waiting for the green.
Yep, driver preference as well as fast times. Faster times gets to choose their lanes. I know I, for one, in racing prefer left turn lanes, which is usually the right lane. I know everyone has their own preference, and we'll see what preferences come out of qualifying as we get them ready to go.
Keith and Head First appearing to having some difficulties on the start line there, trying to get staged. Looks like he's good to go now.
Keith has this really cool 2-step sort of start. He gets the wheels turning and all of it revving before he even crosses the line. It's really cool to watch up close.
Alright, we have the official times from the previous pass. Monster Heemeyer and Evil Force ran a 37.124. And Keith in Head First with a 39.241. So a big difference between the two of them. And they're off. Keith looking to make up some ground here, and you should have seen the line for this truck out in the pit party. With those pink wheels, the fans were just digging it.
Yeah, if I saw the pictures correctly, he had it upside down in staging as well.
He did. Once again, it looks like Marvin Heemeyer and Evil Force has got the advantage going into the second to last turn.
Yeah, first time they go around the dumbbells, second time they cut between. And Monster gets...
I'm sorry, Evil
puts
Force
it.
having to check up there. That's going to be a penalty, I believe, on Evil Force for missing the final ramp. So, Head First, I believe, is going to get the faster of the 2 times in this qualifying pass. And
Yeah.
Evil Force is absolutely destroyed.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter in qualifying if you beat the other competitor or not. They're just side by side, make things quicker. It's all about your time. It's all about your time.
Correct, they are racing the clock in this competition. And looks like Evil Force just beat himself in that pass. What a wild crash. And the crew's got some work to do to get that truck ready for the racing competition, but they should be able to do it. Once again, we're going to wait for those official times to come in. Monster in Evil Force did indeed get a 5-second penalty, so his official time for that pass is a 43.284.
And Keith in Head First got a much faster time than last time, 38.759.
So massive improvement for Keith and the Head First team. And the crew of Evil Force has got some work to do as we get ready to bring in our second pair for qualifying. So once again, if you're just joining us, welcome to the Monster Truck Mayhem Grand Finals 5 broadcast. This is day 1. We have just started racing qualifying. My name is JackTheFourth, and I'm being joined by ThunderLCR. We are our hosts for tonight and tomorrow. Make yourself comfortable because we've got a lot of action to cover.
We have a total of 6 events, 24 truck main field, and each of the side events, which there are 3 of, have an 8 truck invite only field. The whole lineup was invite only. Started with points champions, got the automatic bye, and then everyone else invite only, based on their performance, attendance, and overall vibe throughout their point seasons.
Indeed, and we have a stacked lineup tonight for you folks and tomorrow. Once again, tonight is qualifying, skills, and the racing World Championship. And then tomorrow, we get into best trick, high jump, and the coup de grace of the weekend, the freestyle World Championship. We can't wait to get into that, but that's then, this is now. And now we're getting ready to bring in our second pair for qualifying, which is... If you'd like to introduce them.
Second pair is going to be Dusty in Big Bad Wolf and Iron Helix in Scrap Wagon. Helix,
Now,
the teammate to Head First.
Absolutely. And Helix is fresh off of the Show and Shine award, right? Am I correct on that? Or was that...
Helix got the Rising Star.
Helix got the Rising Star award, so already he's walking out of here with some hardware.
Yeah, Show and Shine went to his teammate Keith. Yeah, Iron Helix, not one to underestimate here. Did a great job, especially with skills and freestyle. But he's going to show us what he has in racing.
And he is taking on Dusty in Big Bad Wolf, who was over on the international tour this season. Did a great job over there. Her and her team over in Arnhem built the chassis for my truck. So I have to root for them in this race, otherwise I'm kinda out of a chassis deal.
Yeah, these drivers all came from 3 different tours. We had the Purple Tour, Green Tour, and our International Blue Tour. And every tour was stacked lineup after stacked lineup, 12 to 16 trucks on green and purple and blue with a set 8 truck field.
I'm getting reports from the pits now that Dusty is having truck problems. They cannot fire it. This is not the start that they wanted to have coming into the weekend. Not good at all. We'll see if they're gonna give them a chance to get the truck fired and bring it out here onto the track. Hopefully that they will be able to do so.
Waiting on official words, seeing if we're gonna go to the next group.
Or if Helix is gonna get a bye run. Because in qualifying, it's not like the racing bracket where if your opponent doesn't show up, you can simply advance to the next round. Here we have to get a qualifying time in for you. So if they can't fire Dusty's truck, then Helix will just get a bye run on this track.
And Dusty will likely tag on later in the field. I know in racing, once I picked up my first win actually because opponent no-showed. Couldn't get truck fired in time for racing, and I got to the second round because my opponent crashed. I'm obviously not the fastest racer, but man, these guys always kick tail.
Now we know that it looks like I'm seeing that they are spawning in Squid Industry, so perhaps we are just moving on to the next pair for now, and we will come back to the Dusty Helix pairing a little later on. Once again, if you're just joining us, welcome to the Monster Truck Mayhem Grand Finals 5 broadcast. We're happy to have you here. This is qualifying for tonight's racing bracket. We have 24 competitors. We just wrapped up our first pair, and the second pair was having truck problems, so they have been dropped, and we're getting ready to bring in our next pairing.
We're going to go on to pair number 4, and that is going to be Whoosh in Air Raid and Squid in Squid Industries.
Looking forward to this pair. These two are known for being fast on the racetrack.
Yeah, both of them coming off from Green Tour. Both of these drivers have kicked my butt. So any one of them could get fast time. So we'll just have to see as they get their trucks fired up and over from staging to the tunnels.
Indeed.
We do have...
And both of these two have got brand new schemes that they're debuting for tonight's event. Whoosh's Air Raid is an exclusive, as well as Squid Industries, I think. We tried to get confirmation from Squid, the driver, earlier on in the pit party, but he was busy signing autographs, so I could not get that confirmation. But we think it is a World Finals exclusive body, and of course the fans are thrilled about that. Anything to make this competition more special than it already is.
Yeah, Grand Finals, a huge event for the Monster Truck Mayhem Tours. Huge enough that we have, I believe, 30 plus trucks sitting back in our staging area, which is why it takes a minute to get them through the tunnel. You got to make sure everyone's in order, and when anything happens out of order, it kind of jumbles things up. Which is why you can see times of just waiting for trucks to get on the track. Again, huge event. Can't wait to see all of it. And as much as we have the 24 truck main field, but some of the people in the two-wheel skills, high jump, and best trick aren't necessarily main field competitors. While there is crossover, some of them didn't cut the main field, but they were so good in their skills challenge that we said you gotta come out.
Exactly. Hate to interrupt you, Thunder, but they're bringing them onto the track. Enter now Squid and Squid Industries, who's taken the body off, and Whoosh in that brand new Air Raid scheme. Brand new chassis, brand new, that whole piece is brand new from top to bottom, and he is thrilled about it. He was talking to me earlier before the show how he can't wait to debut it here at the Grand Finals, and we're gonna stage them up and get qualifying back underway.
Yeah, you can see Squid is in a very unique chassis. He's actually a chassis builder. Some of the other people on his team have, again, very unique chassis. A lot of racing base, low to the ground. Really good suspension travel.
Absolutely. Those trucks were built for racing. And they look good doing it, that's for sure. Looks like the two of them are staged, so we're waiting for the green flag, and they are off.
And
Squid has to check up. He clips the landing ramp, giving Roosh the edge going into the first turn. Roosh has to check up as well. They are all over the place going down the front straight.
Yeah, that shows just how technical this track is, throwing off some of the best racers.
They are some of the best racers. They are neck and neck right now going into the second to last turn. This should be a close race. Roosh swings way too wide though. Where was he going? To the parking lot? My goodness. And it looks like Squid is going to get the better time by about 3 or 2.5 truck lengths. And he goes over. Squid goes for a tumble. Oh my. That's another big crash. Once again, another team that has a lot of work to do before the racing bracket. We're waiting for the official times to come in. As I said, excuse me, Squid will get the better of the two, but at what cost? That truck is broken, and with the magic of BeamNG, it's been repaired. All right, we're gonna restage our competitors here and have them do their second pass in the opposite lane.
And again, while this does look like racing and it's formatted similarly, this is just qualifying racing coming later. You're just trying to beat the clock, get his time as fast as you can, and that'll set the stage for racing.
Exactly. They are not racing each other, they are racing the clock, though you still want to be faster than the guy in the other lane, because remember, the top 8 fastest qualifiers, looks like Roosh just jumped the light there, but the top 8 fastest qualifiers get a bye into round 2. So it's important to be quick.
We do have official times for the last runs. Squid got 39.090 and Whoosh with the 39.855, and they're off on round number 2.
2 very good times. Once again, Squid gets tangled up in that landing ramp. And Whoosh once again has to check up as he goes around that jammer. Not used to this track, clearly.
Yeah, it's unlike anything we've had before.
Whoosh is, and Squid is way ahead of Whoosh right now. This one's going to be a walkover. I'm sorry, I said Squid and Whoosh at the same time. Squid goes way too wide. This is just so exciting. I can't commentate. Hey, to his credit, Whoosh made up a lot of ground on that straightaway, but once again, Squid is going to get the faster time of the two. That was a good race between these two competitors.
You can see, even with these two guys, two of the best competitors, you'll see them clip ramps and everything. Everyone going for those coveted 36, 37-second times. I heard someone hit 35.
So we have times coming in for that pass there. Currently, your fastest qualifier of the 2 pairs that we've had is Keith in head first, who has ran a 38.759.
A correction, earlier time, forgot to scroll. Monster has it in 37.124.
Okay, my bad. So Monster with the fastest time so far with a 37.124. My mistake. So we got more reports from the pits on Dusty, on the situation with Dusty and Big Bad Wolf. It sounds like they are going to be dropping that pair further down into the bracket.
And everyone, earlier at our press conference, we had a wheel spun for everyone's starting group. So they're starting completely at random with who they're side-by-side. Not necessarily against, but you can see a comparative there.
Looks like we're bringing our third pair onto the track. We got Z-Gold in that brand new Savage and Skinner in Windbreaker. Now these two are some bad, fast racers. I had to go up against these two guys multiple times over on Stadium Series Purple, and every single time they kicked me in my butt. These two are quick. So this should be a pair to watch out for.
Yeah, Z-Gold got Rookie of the Year this year.
He did indeed. Z-Gold and Savage, your Rookie of the Year, so he already is walking out of here with some hardware. As the two of them are staged and we're looking for the green light. Now once again, as these two competitors set off, they are not racing each other, they are racing the clock. Top 8 fastest times get automatic buys into round 2 in the racing bracket, so it's important to be quick. And they are dead even right now. Savage goes wide, giving Windbreaker the edge as they go into the second to last corner. However, Savage has made up the ground. This is going to be a close finish. But it's going to be Windbreaker getting the faster time by about a truck and a half. A good race from these two competitors. Well done. We got some steam pouring out the back of Savage. Perhaps the radiator is not up to check on that truck. It doesn't matter. They're going to stage them at the opposite lanes, and we're going to get our second qualifying passes from these two.
Yeah, you can see right at the end they have so much speed coming out the turn and out the straight that every time they have to check up their brakes, throw to neutral not to break their engine, and to avoid hitting the dumpsters.
Exactly, because colliding with the wall here is an automatic RII, so you do want to stay off of those dumpsters. Anyway, they are staged, and we are waiting for the green light. As the times from the previous pass come in, Skinner with a 37.311. So that's your second fastest time so far. Skinner driving the Windbreaker. And a 37.870 for Z-Gold in Savage. Two very good times from two very good racers, and they're off for their second qualifying pass.
You can see just how many complex turns are in this insane course.
It is insane. Looks like the motor is about to give up on Savage. There's a lot of smoke pouring out the back of that truck right now. Oh my. Windbreaker with the edge no matter what happens. Now Savage is going to try to get across the line before the engine goes, but it's not going to live much longer. So Windbreaker once again gets the faster time, and the crew of Savage have got work to do. That engine just hand grenaded. Holy cow. Look at the smoke pouring out of that truck. That is a hot engine, boy. Somehow it still works.
All of our drivers giving everything.
Exactly. That shows you the nature of this competition. You have to give it your all. And Savage did exactly that. Back into the pits they go. They got a lot of work to do on that truck. We're waiting for the official times to come in. So, Windbreaker with a 36.669, our first sub-37 time. Unbelievable. That is your new fastest time of the night, Windbreaker, with a 36.669. That was some great qualifying from those two competitors.
Absolutely, we got some fast times on the track. And like you said, the first 36-second time in the first time under 37 seconds.
Exactly.
We'll
so
see how much faster they can get from here.
Exactly. We'll see if anybody can get faster than that. So a great performance from Skinner in the Windbreaker. Once again, if you're just joining us, this is the Monster Truck Mayhem Grand Finals 5 broadcast featuring live commentary with your hosts, I, JackTheFourth and ThunderLCR. We're happy to have you here. Thank you for tuning in. Once again, this is qualifying. After qualifying, we have skills coming up, and then the World Racing Championship bracket will take place after that. So get comfortable, as we have got a lot of action to cover. Qualifying so far has been intense. 2 incredible crashes, an engine that detonated, and some very fast times. So we're looking forward to see what comes next.
Yeah, you can see beautiful stadium layout here in the Skyjacker Stadium.
Yes, we're out here in Black Mountain, North Carolina at the Skyjacker Stadium. Beautiful venue, humongous. Tons of floor space here. Can't wait to see what they do with it for freestyle. But that's then, this is now, and now we're waiting for our next qualifying pair to enter the track.
Special thanks to Skyjacker Suspensions for sponsoring this event. They followed us along throughout our 3 tours.
Yeah, Skyjacker Suspension, a great sponsor of the MTM League. I use Skyjacker Suspension on Heartstopper. It works great for me, and I know that a lot of our other competitors use it as well. Alright, please welcome onto the track our next qualifying group. Cooley, in that specially designed white and blue Avenger for this event, will be facing off against H3 in that specially designed Galactic, also special for this event. A lot of competitors brought out special liveries and special body designs for this event, and we're going to see all of them. Most of them are exclusive, so this will be the only time that we see them in competition, and all of them look fantastic. Now, I do not know what to expect from these two, because I did not compete with either of them on my tour, so it's going to be interesting to see how they do here. Looks like the two of them are staged, and we're waiting for the green light. Galactic absolutely drills Avenger off the line.
Yeah, Galactic always with beautiful trucks, their whole team, and with a beautiful run so far.
Both of them made very clean turns. This is looking good. Both of them are dead even as they enter the second to last turn. Oh, it's a bad crash for Avenger. A rough landing. With a broken shock, that's going to be an RII for that truck. A DNF is not what Cooley wanted for their first World Finals. So Galactic is going to get the faster time of the two. And he goes into the dumpster. Oh my. They're all over the place. So the body absolutely shred on Avenger. As mentioned, that's going to be a DNF for that truck on this pass. They get one more attempt to try to get a time in. Galactic with a very good looking pass, but went into the wall. So a lot of carnage here in qualifying.
Yeah, everyone laying it on the line to try and get those fast times.
Exactly, and you need those fast times if you're going to get an automatic bye into round 2 in the race bracket. So the official times are coming in. Galactic, the only one of the two to get a time, with a 37.664. That's about average of what we've been seeing so far. So once again, Cooley and Avenger did not get a time on that race pass. We hope that they can get one in on this next one. Once again, if you're just joining us, welcome to the Monster Truck Mayhem Grand Finals 5 broadcast. This is qualifying, the first of our many competitions this weekend. Tonight, we have qualifying skills and the Racing World Championship. We've seen tons of action this qualifying, and they're off. Once again, they're not racing each other, they are racing the clock.
It looks like Cooley might have the better time so far.
I don't know, slight edge to Galactic going into this sharp hairpin.
I think Galactic might have the better top speed, because you could build your car for top speed, for acceleration, for handling.
So Cooley and Avenger was able to keep it together, but once again Galactic. Oh, maybe not. Hold on to it, Cooley. Oh my goodness, they do hold on to it, and they are going to get a time, but it was not pretty, and it was not clean. Epic save, though. That's our first good save of the weekend. And I'm sure there's going to be many more to come.
Yeah, as soon as we get to freestyle, best trick and two-wheel skills, that's where you'll see the trucks go absolutely wild. So much floor space here for the two-wheel skills event. I'm excited to see what our competitors come up with.
Oh yeah, two-wheel skills is going to be loads of fun. So once again, Galactic gets the faster of the 2 times.
By the way, if you're not already, make sure to subscribe to our YouTube page and follow us on our Instagram.
Oh yes, I completely forgot. Since you're here, we should be advertising the channel that we're broadcasting this on. Yes, if you would like more MTM action, please feel free to subscribe and ring the bell. We broadcast all our events live, as well as some of them being edited with commentary. And our media team is still in its infancy, but hopefully this stream is the start of something incredible. I know that I, along with several others, are leading the charge as far as delivering great MTM content is concerned, and we look forward to what's to come for Season 6. But that's not till autumn, so we have a ways to go till then.
Looks like H3's first time was faster. Cooley this time put down a 49.063.
So not only
Tough luck.
Not only were they slowed down by that trip up, they also got a 5-second penalty because they missed the final ramp. So that time is definitely not going to hold up tonight, I'm afraid.
But we'll see if he can keep the truck from its staying on 2 wheels here in racing, because he still does get to the racing show.
Exactly. Once again, this is just qualifying, so if you make a mistake like that, you're not out of the competition yet. Now, Cooley and Avenger, this is their first World Finals, so it looked like in both of those race passes the nerves was really getting to them, because they were making a lot of mistakes, going really wide in some of the turns, tripping up on ramps, crashing. So hopefully they can get a smooth pass in come the racing bracket, and maybe even grab a win. But we'll have to see how that plays out later on, as we begin to welcome our next qualifying pair onto the track.
Make sure you also follow our Nitro Mayhem podcast on YouTube.
Indeed,
and
where
Joe,
we interview the drivers and the hosts and the creators of MTM to talk about various aspects of this league. Anyway, coming onto the track now, we have Survivor, driven by, I already forgot who drives it, and Dak Attack.
Cutlass.
And Cutlass and Survivor, thank you, I appreciate that. And Dak Attack and that brand new Heatwave. Now that's been done on the Lucas stabilizer body, and I have to say, it looks fantastic.
Looks like Cutlass driving one of his main series bodies.
Exactly. Now it doesn't look like Survivor brought out any special schemes for Grand Finals, but that's fine because the truck looks fantastic already. Anyway, the 2 of them are staged, and we're going to be waiting for the green light. Now, neither of these 2 are really known for being racers, but they could surprise some people here as Survivor gets caught up on the landing pad.
I'm going to say, as a Green Tour driver, I'm going to have to disagree with you. These are some of the better racers. Dak always putting on a great race. Cutlass has been back and forth. Said recently he's been choking, but is hoping to pull it back together.
Indeed. Now, Dak Attack clearly with the edge in this qualifying pass. And unless they make a mistake here, they will get the faster time. Which they do. So Survivor having some ground to make up, and once again, another truck goes into those containers. Now, I have been told by our officials that colliding with the containers is not a DNF. So if you do that, you will still get a time, even if you already crossed the finish line. So these trucks clearly carrying a lot of momentum as they go over the finish line to get the best time possible. Some of them unable to stop in time.
Right. First time is in. Dak got a 37.413.
That's a pretty good time. Once again, though, that will place them about in the middle of the ballpark of what we've been seeing. Your current fastest time belongs to Windbreaker with a 36.669.
Time for Cutlass coming in is 39.225.
39.225 for Cutlass in Survivor.
Gonna be honest, I'm kind of rooting for Cutlass here. He got me into MTM.
There you go. There you go. Whoosh driving Air Raid. Actually, no, not Whoosh. Jake in Supernova got me into MTM. So when he comes out, I'll definitely be biased towards him. Anyway, we got both our competitors staged. They're ready for their second qualifying pass. Once again, they each get 2 qualifying pass attempts, 1 in each lane as the 2 of them set off. And they're not racing each other, they are racing the clock because the fastest 8 times get automatic buys into round 2.
This
And
may be Cutlass' favored lane. He's used to left turns with the dirt track racing
choked.
background.
Heatwave choked on the hairpin, so Survivor able to make up some ground because of that. I'm sorry for interrupting. They are dead even right now. Survivor might come back. It doesn't look like it's going to happen. The 2 almost make contact, and Survivor might have missed the ramp.
Yeah, keep in mind here, they have to be careful on their lanes. If you do go into the other person's lane, that's a 5-second penalty for slowing them down.
Exactly, exactly. So there are penalties in play here in this competition, and these drivers have to be careful of them. We already have seen a couple of trucks get bit by ramp penalties. Once again, if you're just joining us, welcome to the Monster Truck Mayhem Grand Finals 5 broadcast. I'm your host, JackTheFourth, with my co-presenter, ThunderLCR. We're happy to have you here. This is qualifying. Tonight we have qualifying skills and the World Racing Championship. 24
Next time,
24 of the best competitors are here. Anyway, we have a time coming in for Cutlass with a 38.127. So improving massively from his first race pass. And while you're here, if you're enjoying the content, please feel free to give us a like and subscribe if you enjoy what you see. We got more MTM content coming out later as the year progresses, and of course, when Season 6 starts up in the autumn. We've had a great season this year, and we're capping it off with Grand Finals at this spectacular stadium in Black Mountain, North Carolina. It's absolutely stunning. Tons of floor space. It looks good. It looks good.
yeah, and big MTM news. We're having a merger with both the Vengeance Monster Truck Tour and the Iconic Monster Series, IMS.
That's true. So next season, MTM is going to get even bigger than it already is, which is really exciting news. It's great to see how fast this community is growing.
Yeah, and again, this won't put an end to those series. It's going to shake things up a little bit, how things go. Hopefully make all of these series bigger and grow our Monster Truck community.
Hey, we got some good news from the pits. The crew of Big Bad Wolf were able to get the truck to fire. So it looks like we will be getting the Big Bad Wolf and Scrap Wagon pairing that was supposed to be second in this competition but never came to be because Big Bad Wolf was having mechanical issues. They could not fire that truck, but it looks like they got it fixed. I'm seeing some comments coming into the chat. Yes, we have got 2 leagues merging, technically 3 leagues merging together. MTM, IMS, and Vengeance to form one gigantic virtual Monster Truck League. We cannot wait for that to happen. Our excitement is immeasurable.
And it's going to act, all these series are going to act kind of as, it's going to be a joint operation, just like we've previously merged with the with DSL. And that was a huge merger for us. Everyone benefited from it. And yeah, we can't wait to see what this comes through.
Indeed. Please welcome onto the track our next qualifying pair. This is Lotus in Hightail. The body has been removed. Don't worry, the truck doesn't normally look like that. And he will be taking on Austin Ketchup in Natural Selection. Again, the body has been removed just for qualifying.
Yeah, a lot of these trucks run in their bumpers to continue to identify them, but less body, less weight.
Exactly.
Well, the bodies don't weigh too terribly much, but anything is a bonus.
Anything these drivers can do to make themselves go a little bit faster, they are staged, and there's the green light. They are off. Now, these two, pretty solid racers, although I would argue that Austin is better at it, and he's proving that right now. He is demolishing Hightail and Lotus.
Lotus also might have tagged a ramp, it looked like.
Lotus did tag the landing pad coming off of the first turn, so Austin catch up with a huge lead right now.
Bad bounce for Lotus. That's going to set him off.
Looks like he tore a wheel off. I don't know if that's just my game acting finicky. I think it is just my game acting finicky. So, natural selection. Oh my, with a big case on that jammer is going to get the faster time. And Lotus and Hightail has got some ground to make up.
And again, people may drive differently based on the different lanes. It's different turning directions. While it's the same distance, it's the same layout. Everything's right turns are left turns are right turns. And of course, everyone's got their preferences.
Exactly. And I would just like to point out, anybody who's watching who might be unfamiliar with the MTM League, most of the trucks in this league are custom designed by their drivers. We even have some competitors who custom build their own chassis. The two trucks that you're looking at on screen now are custom built chassis by Squid, and they are excellent pieces. Anyway, we have the times coming in. Austin in natural selection with a 37.466, a very solid time indeed. Waiting for Lotus's time to come in. And Lotus with a 40.495. So
yeah, you can see how just a little wiggle can knock a couple seconds off your time.
Exactly. Lotus cannot be happy with that. I know he wants to go faster on this next pass. As I was saying, most of the trucks in this league are custom designed, and some of them are even custom built. So we're very proud of the amount of custom trucks that we have competing in this league. I myself have my own custom truck that I compete with. They are staged and waiting for the green light, and they are off. Lotus. Oh, this time it's natural selection getting caught up on the
Lotus
landing
tags
pad.
ramp too.
They both tagged. They are both all over the shop. Lotus was just able to recover quicker. Natural selection looking to make up ground, but a huge lead to Hightail. Oh my, that's a bad bounce for Hightail. So the ground has been made up as Lotus goes wide. Natural selection now with the lead. This race is intense. Oh my goodness, that's a bad crash, and they make contact. It's a collision between Hightail and natural selection. Oh my.
And even if not for the DNF, that would have been a 5-second penalty on Austin.
Exactly.
Yeah, if you go into the other person's lane, will cause a 5-second penalty for making them slow down. It looks like they might just rerun it.
Potentially. Actually, natural selection is going back to the pits. I think they're going to give Hightail a bye run because that was not his fault for getting hit like that.
Rerun for Lotus.
Very interesting set of circumstances here. Once again, if you're just joining us, welcome to the Monster Truck Mayhem Grand Finals 5 broadcast. I'm your host, JackTheFourth, being joined by ThunderLCR.
Yeah, it looks like since Austin would have gotten a DNF regardless, they're going to let Lotus run on his own. This gives him a good chance to offset some of the mistakes he made on his last run.
Exactly. And having a bye run can help because you don't have the pressure of somebody else being in the other lane. So maybe we'll see a good pass here.
Yeah, psychologically, being on your own is either...
Oh my, it's not going to be a good pass. Oh, I don't believe this. A stunning development here at Grand Finals 5. Lotus with a DNF as well.
Yeah, couldn't quite slow down in time, ended up overturning, grip rolling it. Too much momentum. Couldn't
Way
get the
too
truck
much
slowed
momentum.
down.
Just could not stop that truck in time.
And again, a buy run affects so much psychologically for the better or for the worse, because you have no one to worry about being faster than you, but you also can't tell how well or how not well you're doing with no one to compare yourself to.
Exactly, exactly. So
I put down one of my slowest times with a buy run.
A stunning development here in qualifying.
2 DNFs, not something that happens very often.
No, from
Not
the
something
same
you ever wanna
pairing as
see.
well. From the same pairing.
I think tonight's sponsors again, specifically Skyjacker Suspension, or especially Skyjacker Suspension, as well as Heatwave Visuals, Jim's Wi-Fi, Liquid Death, and Sparko.
Yes, huge thanks to our sponsors for allowing us to continue to do these events. I know we've got another sponsorship coming up next season that I personally am looking forward to, though nothing can be spoiled at the moment. Yeah, they allow us to continue to put on these events and continue to run this tour, which has been going for a handful of years now.
At least 5, considering this is their 5th grand finals.
Correct. So five seasons, and we're really looking forward to season 6. We got a lot of big stuff planned for season 6 of MTM. It's going to be our biggest season ever, and we cannot wait. But that's then. This is now, and now we're waiting for our next qualifying pair to enter the stage.
Yeah, and if you want to know more about what's going on next season, look back to our press conference. There were some announcements made there about our mergers. You could see the drawings for starting pairs for qualifying, as well as starting order for two-wheel skills.
Exactly. So if you want more information on what's to come here in MTM, simply go to the MTM YouTube channel here, and you can re-watch our press conference where we covered a lot of good stuff.
You could also join our Discord. That's where all the news is going to be first and foremost. You can see what's going on with the league. Support us there as well. And if you wanted to join in our Monster Truck Racing community, join up. We would love to have more people the better. Also, thank you for 500 subscribers on YouTube. Just hit that recently.
Exactly, we hit that like a couple days ago, so we're super thrilled about that. Thanks very much. Anyway, we are getting ready to bring our next qualifying pair onto the track.
Again, if you were not familiar with our format, didn't hear anything, we have 25 main field competitors.
24.
Set
24.
24, sorry. 24 main field competitors set for racing and freestyle, currently in the qualifying stage. We also have 3 other events, two-wheel skills, best trick, and high jump, that have 8 competitors each. All this invite only, aside from points champions who get an automatic bye.
Exactly, and look at this, they were able to get Big Bad Wolf fired. This is another truck that is sporting a special scheme for this event. It's got Beelzebub from Hell of a Boss on the side, so that's a reference that some people will get. And in the opposite lane is Helix in Scrap Wagon. Anyway, the two of them are staged, and we are waiting for the green light. Big Bad Wolf just blowing tons of smoke out of the exhaust right now. That's not a diesel-powered truck, by the way. Actually, yes, it is. It is a diesel-powered truck.
Yeah, and you gotta keep the revs up. Most diesel trucks, not sure about this one, I haven't been in the conversation, are turbo-powered, so you have to keep the revs up if you want that turbo going.
Exactly. I was talking to Dusty, the driver of Big Bad Wolf, before this competition on why they decided to go with a diesel for this event. their response was, quote, "because I like it." But it doesn't seem to be helping them in this, as Helix and Scrapwagon has got a huge lead and is going to get the better time. Both of them running into the dumpsters.
Alright, we're gonna get them staged up, set for their second run.
As we wait for the official times to come in for their first racing pass. Now, I would like to also mention that Helix and Scrapwagon also sporting a special scheme for the World Finals. Most of our competitors have brought out something special for this event.
Big event, you want to have as pretty of a car as you can, or pretty truck.
Exactly. Everybody is here to show up and show out. Once again, we're waiting for the official times to come in from that previous pass, and then we will stage them again, and they will get their second qualifying pass in. So the time for Helix and Scrapwagon is a 37.615, and Dusty in Big Bad Wolf with a 39.466. So once again, Skinner in the Windbreaker with a 36.669 remains your fastest time of the night so far.
Alright, we got them lined up, racked up, and ready to go for pass number 2.
Dusty looking to make up ground after not getting the time I imagined that they wanted in that first pass, and they're off.
You can see how close to the berms they're holding their trucks. The shorter you can make the track feel, the faster you can go.
Exactly. These races will be won and lost in the turn, and Big Bad Wolf gets a really bad bounce coming off of that jump, which gives Scrapwagon the edge going into the final turn, which is a long sweeping turn. Big Bad Wolf made up ground. They're coming to the line together. Oh my, it's a close finish, and Big Bad Wolf will get the faster time, but only just. What a race from these two competitors. I say race, it's a qualifying pass. They're not racing yet, that's later. Stay tuned.
Yeah, racing will come after our two-wheel skills competition, immediately following qualifying.
The two-wheel skills competition features only 8 competitors, as is something I'd like to point out.
8 competitors with 2 shots to get the most impressive, coolest move they can do. You'll see a lot of moonwalks, sidewalls, and stuff like that.
So the times, so Helix and Scrapwagon did not get a faster time on that pass, but Dusty did with a 38.340.
Again, still 37-second times, 38-second times do put you a fair amount in there, in the field. We've seen with anyone who messes up can go down to 39, 40, 45. I believe our slowest came after a 5-second. Or sorry, no, our slowest was after someone got offset and had to bring the truck up from a rollover. Got a 49-second time.
Exactly. I was talking to some of the drivers during the pit party before the competitions began. They were telling me that on this track you simply can't afford to make a mistake. And we've been seeing that so far in qualifying.
And you can see all the preferred grooves setting into the track already, both from our practice and our qualifying. And it's consistent for the most part. You can see the same line going across the field. It's the fast line. That's how you want to go. You want to cut the corners as much as you can. You can see around the dumbbells which you see on the left side of your screen. You can see those dumbbells are really tricky to get around. It's a hairpin turn right there. Not much room for mistake. If you wash out, you're not going to be in line for the jump. And if you clip it, that can send you over.
Exactly, and that jump is actually in a pretty awkward position because it shoots you toward the starting pad that our competitors begin on. So if you hit it too hard, you're going to get a face full of dirt and possibly even crash, and we saw that happen with Cooley in Avenger. So
Absolutely.
a very technical track, a very challenging track, exactly what you would expect to see here at the World Championship competition.
Yeah, no better way to put races to the test than to put them on one of the toughest tracks we've ever seen. You can see the big jam guys do it as well. Each time, each finals, tougher and tougher track really puts the drivers to the test on how much they can handle their truck.
Exactly, and that's what you want. Coming onto the track now, Steeples in that awesome looking Liquid Death, and he will be taking on Jim in Junkyard Monster, or Junkyard Jim. It has two different names, I never know which one to call it. Both of
Junkyard
these...
Monster is the official name.
Okay, there we go. Junkyard Monster. Both of these two fantastic looking machines. And Steeples in Liquid Death is your Stadium Tour Green champion.
Yeah. Jim, meanwhile, got the Fan Favorite of the Year award this year. Steeples got the L. Steeples Award.
Which is an award
we
that
don't
was
have to talk
created
about
for
that.
him.
Yes.
none
After he
of
won
us,
the Champions
none of us
Series.
know how it came about. Oh, hang on. What's this? Liquid Death is going to the pits. What's going
I
on
wonder
here?
if there's a technical problem or...
Wrong pairing, maybe? We're waiting for the official word. According to the pit reporter, Steeples has to respawn, so he's going to the pits and coming back. All right, I guess there's some kind of glitch with that truck caused by BeamNG that they are hoping to fix simply by respawning.
Yeah, sometimes you just gotta take it to the back, whack something with a hammer, and it works right.
Exactly, that's exactly what they did, so now it looks like Steeples is ready to go. Once again, your Stadium Tour Green champion looking to add more hardware to his trophy case this weekend here at Grand Finals.
I only got like the last 7 events from Green Tour, but Steeples is tearing it up every time in his Liquid Death truck.
Now, Liquid Death, not an official sponsor of MTM, but we like to pretend it is. Anyways, these two great competitors are staged, and we're waiting for the green light, and they're off. Now, once again, this is qualifying of MTM Grand Finals 5, and Junkyard Jim completely overdoes the first turn. That's not what he wanted to do. As I was saying, these two are racing the clock, not each other, to try and get a bye into round 2 in the racing bracket. And Steeples in Liquid Death is looking very smooth, very collected, and Junkyard Jim has got so much ground to make up. Yeah, this one is all Liquid Death. So a
Beautiful
fantastically
right
smooth
to turn
pass
left.
for Steeples, and Junkyard Jim gets across the line too, but not with the pass that he was hoping for, I assume.
Steeples set to take part in our two-wheel skills challenge tonight.
Exactly, he's one of our two-wheel skills competitors, so we're looking forward to seeing him in that competition as well.
Well, we're gonna get him gridded back up. Time's loading here in a sec.
And once again, most of the trucks in the MTM League are custom designed, and some of them are custom built by their drivers. We don't have a whole lot of IRL duplicates, which we're very proud of that. We're very proud of the amount of custom trucks that we have in this league. Anyway, these two are staged, and ready to make their second qualifying pass. Each competitor gets 2 qualifying passes, 1 in either lane, and we take the faster of the 2 times, and that will go in as their official qualifying time, and the top 8 fastest qualifiers get an automatic bye into round 2 in the racing bracket, so it's important that you are fast. We're waiting for the green light, and looks like they're going to restage Liquid Death.
Still got times coming up, and our times are in for that first run. Steeples with the 37.663. That's only 0.001 faster than H3 who went previously.
Unbelievable. That's super
Jim
close.
Jim got a 42.318. But meanwhile, we're back on pass number 2.
Exactly. Obviously some ground to make up for Jim in Junkyard Monster, and he's keeping it together real nice in this pass. But once again, Liquid Death makes a better turn, and that's going to give him the edge. As I said before, the turns will decide races on this track.
I think Jim pushing hard.
Yeah, that was an awkward landing.
Not getting the turns that he wants. Going washing wide a little bit.
Liquid Death once again is going to get a fantastic time, and Junkyard Jim will improve on his first lap.
Yeah, as you were saying with customs, I believe both these trucks are on MTM original custom chassis.
That is true for Liquid Death. Junkyard Monster is on a CRC, I believe. At least I think that's a CRC. I'm pretty confident that's a CRC. Oh dear. We lost the camera. And it's back. Sorry about that, guys. Anyways, if you're just joining us, welcome to the Monster Truck Mayhem Grand Finals 5 broadcast. I'm your host, JackTheFourth, being joined by ThunderLCR. We're happy to have you here.
Meanwhile, times are in, both with faster runs. Steeples got a 37.059 and Jim with a 39.022.
So Jim with massive improvement. That's a 3-second improvement on his previous pass. Steeples also improved as well. That was a very quick time at 37.059. Still,
About a
Skinner
half-second faster.
in Windbreaker is the only one to go sub 37 with his 36.669. He remains your fastest qualifier as we get ready for our next pair to come onto the track.
Jeez, who do we even have left? We've got most of the field already down.
Yeah, qualifying is winding down. We're going to be wrapping it up here shortly, and then we'll be getting right on to the Two-Wheel Skills World Championship, where only 8 trucks will be competing that were hand-selected carefully by our admins and tour hosts, and all of them are great at the Two-Wheel Skills competition, and we cannot wait to see what they come up with for us tonight. Anyway, we're getting ready to welcome our next qualifying pair onto the track.
And again, make sure you do follow us on social media. I believe we have an Instagram and our Facebook page.
That's right, you can find us on Instagram.
YouTube page.
You can find us on Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, I believe, and YouTube as well, at Monster Truck Mayhem. Thanks for being here, thanks for joining us. Anyway, coming onto the track now is Joanna driving Magnetar with some incredibly vibrant purple and yellow accents. Love that. And their opponent, is Jake driving Supernova. Now, Jake is a veteran in the MTM League. He's competed in several grand finals, so he is used to the pressure. He told me he's perfectly relaxed coming into this weekend's festivities, so I think he's going to be one to watch out for it. But we'll see what happens.
Yeah, Jake tied for 2 awards this year and got Save of the Year as well.
And they're off. Jake, not really known for a racer, but I'll tell you what. Oh, he completely missed the turn. He goes over the jammer. Right as I was saying he was not known for a racer, he starts freestyle early. So Magnetar with the edge, and Supernova once again messes up. Jake is all over the place. This is not looking good for him and that team. And his teammate H3 and Galactic got in a pretty solid qualifying pass earlier on. Magnetar having to check up just before getting over the finish line, so a good pass from Joanna and Magnetar, but Jake has got a lot of work to do. Oh, and a hard hit. And a wheel goes into the stands. Thankfully, everybody is watching from from YouTube and isn't actually here, because that would have been many, many injuries. Now, Supernova didn't actually lose 2 wheels. That's just my end. So the truck doesn't actually have no wheels on the front. Oh, BMNG, you work in mysterious ways. Anyway, our 2 competitors are staged and ready to make their second qualifying pass.
By the way, previous times where Joanne was 39.248 and Jake was 44.391.
So Jake with one of the slowest times we've seen so far tonight. Anyway, they're looking for green, and they're off. I'll tell you what, Magnetar has got that first turn down to a T. That was beautifully done.
And both these trucks, MTM originals.
Exactly, and Magnetar once again with the edge. Supernova making no mistakes this time. Well, I say that. Once again going over the jammer and starting freestyle early.
Yeah, they're known for saves, tricks, and freestyles. Racing not their strong suit.
So, Supernova, and a bit of flamboyance there from Joanna and Magnetar, giving us a nice moonwalk. Probably upset that they didn't get a skills invite, so they're giving us some skills right now. So yes, Magnetar easily going to get the faster time of the 2, and Jake and Supernova has got quite a bit of work to do going into the racing bracket. Waiting for the official times to come in. So the official times, both drivers improved on their previous lap. Joanna with a 37.810 and Jake with a 40.675. So that's still going to put Supernova near the bottom of the race bracket. We're seeing a lot of trucks finish in the 37-second mark. That kind of seems to be the average. Only one truck has gotten below 37 seconds, and that is Skinner in Windbreaker with a 36.669. He is still your fastest qualifier. How many pairs do we have left, Thunder?
I believe we have... Let me double check. I believe we have 3 pairs left.
Alright, 3 pairs left, and then we get to 2-wheel skills.
Yep, so far our fastest qualifier coming off of the Purple Tour. Yeah, again, we have 3 tours, 3 regular tours weekly during the autumn and winter and spring seasons. We have, we're going to name them now instead of having just green, international, blue, and purple. But again, 3 big series. You can watch back what we've put on previously on this YouTube channel. Great entertainment as always. I'm on there on the last 7 Green Tour shows.
Indeed, indeed. If you like what you see here and you want to see more, please feel free to give us a like and consider subscribing. We got more MTM content coming out throughout the summer, as well as live broadcasts of all our points-paying events that will be taking place during Season 6.
By the way, it was confirmed. Junkyard is actually on the Civic chassis. Used to be on CRC.
Yes, I saw that. So I was incorrect
Yeah.
about my CRC guess. So you were right.
You're
Both
partially
of them
correct.
were on custom. Both of them were on custom chassis. Once again, MTM has got a lot of custom trucks, got a lot of custom chassis. We pride ourselves on the amount of custom identities that people run in our league. We're very proud of it. And MTM is, of course, free to join. You're welcome to join our Discord. And also feel free to rewatch our press conference where we went over a lot of juicy information regarding next season. A lot of it I'm very excited for personally. So if you just joined us, welcome to the Monster Truck Mayhem Grand Finals 5 broadcast. This is qualifying. We're nearly done with our qualifying competition. We have 3 pairs left to go. Our current fastest time belongs to Skinner in the Windbreaker with a 36.669. As we await our next pair to enter the track, we have got 2 more competitions coming up tonight after qualifying. In order, that is skills featuring 8 of the best who do it, and the racing World Championship. Entering the track now is Savannah in that awesome looking Bigfoot. A very unusual chassis that this truck sits on. But nevertheless, a good-looking piece. And their opponent, if they have one. Do they have one, or is this going to be a bye run?
It should be Mr. Grimm and Christine.
I heard that Grimm was having difficulties loading, so this could be a bye run for Savannah and Bigfoot, and looks like it's going to be. Never mind. They got Mr. Grimm's truck to fire. So we will get... there it is, entering the track now. Mr. Grimm driving Christine, one of the most unique-looking trucks here in the MTM League, among many unique-looking custom trucks. This truck has got a short wheelbase, and is surprisingly... I say short wheelbase, it's shorter than most of the other ones, and is surprisingly quick in racing. Very quick, indeed.
And I bet you'll never guess what movie it's based off of.
Exactly. Anyways, they're staged and now they're off. Now Savannah and Bigfoot, one of our international tour competitors, taking on Grimm and Christine, who was on the Purple Stadium tour. So I had the pleasure of competing against him throughout the season. As the two of them are about even as they head into the second to last turn. Slight edge to Savannah and Bigfoot. Oh, but looks like she overdoes it. It's not going to matter, because Grimm also messes up. And so Bigfoot is going to get the faster time as Christine goes end over end into the wall protection. Oh my goodness. Once again, these drivers giving it their all to try and get the fastest times possible. Because again, the top 8 fastest times get automatic buys into round 2.
Yeah, and this being qualifying, you're not up against the other person, so you don't have to worry as much about who you're up against as much as just the clock.
Exactly, these competitors not racing each other, they are racing the clock. Nevertheless, Savannah and Bigfoot did get the faster time of the two in that qualifying pair as we wait for Grimm to get his truck off the wall protection. There we go, we're all good. And the official times are in. So Savannah and Bigfoot with a 37.252, and Grimm in Christine with a 37.610. So Savannah with a very impressive time indeed. She could be an underdog. Excuse me, they could be an underdog in this competition. Anyways, these two are staged and ready to make their second qualifying pass. Each competitor gets 2 qualifying passes, 1 in each lane, and we take the faster time from both passes, and that goes in as their official qualifying time.
And they're underway.
Christine looking to make some improvement on their first race pass, and it doesn't look like it's going to happen as they go way wide. Savannah with the clear edge in this qualifying pass. Christine checks up as they go around the dumbbell, so Bigfoot with a huge lead now. Christine struggling to make up ground. And Savannah in Bigfoot is going to once again get the faster time of the two, hoping to improve on her previous time.
And by the way, for safety reasons, there aren't any seats up there. We had them taken out, everything blocked off for safety reasons.
And both of them go flying into the wall protection. However, the drivers do not get penalized for doing that. That's why we put those dumpsters there specifically so that they have something to crash into if their brakes aren't strong enough.
Yeah, dumpster's a lot softer to crash into than a wall.
Yeah, precisely, especially a wall made of concrete.
Yeah, plus less venue damage.
I see we have a Bigfoot fan in the chat. Clear, huge Bigfoot fan. Well, you're gonna like this. Oh my goodness. Only our second truck to get under 37 seconds. Savannah in Bigfoot with a 36.794. That's your second fastest qualifier. Phenomenal performance from Savannah in Bigfoot. Phenomenal performance.
And with how many trucks we have left, that'll guarantee them a top 8 spot.
Exactly. That guarantees Savannah and Bigfoot a round 2 bye.
Yep, and with only 2 groups left, the worst they could do is 6th, and that's a bye.
Exactly. So currently your fastest time still belongs to, I should say, Skinner in the Windbreaker, and Savannah in Bigfoot clearly more than willing to challenge that time. They go in as the second fastest qualifier with a 36.794. Once again, if you're just joining us, this is the Monster Truck Mayhem Grand Finals 5 broadcast. I'm your host, JackTheFourth, being joined by ThunderLCR here in the broadcast booth. We're happy to have you here. We got 3 competitions coming up tonight as we get ready to wrap up qualifying. Following it will be skills and, of course, the racing championship, which is what they are qualifying for, to set the bracket for that. We've seen some exciting action so far, seen a lot of crashes, a couple of good saves. Savage blew up a motor. It's been spectacular, but we aren't finished yet as we await for our next pair, our second to last pair, of qualifiers to enter the track. And it's going to be probably the truck that fans are most excited to have at this Grand Finals. The rookie, the new guy, Kenny in Western Warrior, who...
Underdog of the year.
Underdog of the year. Impressed a lot of people on Stadium Tour Purple. Had the pleasure of running against him myself. He did a great job. And his opponent, sporting the McDonald's flag proudly, Ace Racer, your International Tour champion, in Shadow the Hedgehog. Western Warrior also sporting a special scheme for Grand Finals, as most of the competitors are. And we love to see it. We love to see our competitors showing up and showing out to look good for this competition. Now, Kenny...
You're waiting on the green light?
You're waiting for the green light? Kenny was telling me a couple days ago that he struggled on this track, but despite that, he had a lot of fun with it, so we're hoping that he can make improvements where necessary and get a good time in. Ace Racer, meanwhile, no stranger to being fast on the race course. Anyway, the two of them are off. Slight edge to Ace going into the second turn. Kenny and Western Warrior goes wide. That's going to give an even further edge as Shadow has to check up. Or Ace, I should say. Still, the two of them are pretty close going into the second to last turn.
Kenny got a weird...
Oh, Kenny... Oh!
bounce.
He saved it, though. So he is still going to get a time, but it's not going to be a fast one. as Kenny rolls the Western Warrior, shedding its body, and Ace Racer is going to get a very good time indeed. Crashing into the wall. So a very good pass from Ace Racer. And Kenny was looking good, but he just cut that turn a little too tight and got caught up on the jammer, unfortunately.
Yeah, again, we've said it one time, we've said it 100 times, and I'll keep saying it. Extremely technical course here.
Extremely
Curving
technical.
back and forth. Got obstacles on all sides of you. Some really tight areas.
Drivers
that last turn alone.
Drivers
no
were telling me before tonight's competitions that you simply cannot afford to make any mistakes on this track. And we're seeing that tonight in qualifying. So they're staged and ready to go for their second qualifying pass. Again, each competitor gets 2 passes, 1 in either lane. And then we take the faster of the 2 times. Anyway, official times are in. Ace with a 38.318 and Kenny with a 41.838. That was from the previous qualifying pass. So both drivers with some solid times. And both Kenny and Ace looking to make improvements on those times. Alright, the 2 of them are off. They are about even as they round the second turn. Still even as they navigate around the dumbbells. Possibly a slight lead to Shadow the Hedgehog.
So far, Shadow putting down a better run.
Exactly. Hey, Kenny is looking strong, though. Some pretty solid passes from both of these competitors.
And Ace again putting it to the dumpsters.
Exactly. Kenny obviously getting a much faster time than in his previous race. I'm sure he's got to be happy with that. Also making his World Finals debut along with Grand Finals debut along with a few other competitors here, including Z Golden Savage and Skinner and the Windbreaker and Cooley and Avenger. So we got a handful of Grand Finals rookies here tonight, and Kenny is looking good in that qualifying pass as we wait for the official times to come in. Once again, if you're just joining us, I'm your host, JackTheFourth, joined by ThunderLCR. We are your hosts for tonight and tomorrow. You are watching qualifying for Grand Finals 5. We're just about wrapped up here. We got one more pair left, I believe.
Looks like Trevor in Purple Haze not able to make it for qualifying. He's got some truck problems. But he will be back for racing as soon as they can get that going. So we'll have one more qualifier, that's Skull and Rammunition.
Alright, so Rammunition will get 2 bye runs here in qualifying, as it sounds like Purple Haze unable to fire. Not the start that Trevor and that team wanted for this weekend. But so long as they get it fixed before racing, they will still be allowed to compete. It does mean, however, that they will get the 24th spot as a DNS. So it means that they will have to race the 9th fastest qualifier in round 1 in the first race. But that's then, this is now, and now we're waiting for Rammunition to enter the track. And Thunder, you yourself, as the driver of the wicked strong monster truck here in the MTM League, you've been competing against Rammunition over these past handful of weeks. What are you hoping to expect out of him in this qualifying pass?
He's always been a solid performer, been a great guy to chat around with. Again, always solid, puts on good racing runs, made it to the finals multiple times. I think he won his last race for the final winner finals.
Indeed, indeed, that sounds good. So it looks like Rare Ammunition has spawned in. Again, this is your final qualifier. His would-be opponent, Trevor, driving Purple Haze, was unable to fire. So Rare Ammunition is going to get 2 bye runs here in qualifying. Once again, the same rules apply. They will get 1 pass in either lane, and we take the faster of the 2, and that will go in as their official time. So far, your fastest qualifier still remains Skinner in the Windbreaker with a 36.669, and your second fastest qualifier still remains Savannah in Bigfoot with a 36.762. So those two looking very strong going into the racing bracket. As we wait once again for Rare Ammunition to enter the track. Once again, if you're just joining us, this is the MTM Grand Finals 5 broadcast. I'm your host, Jack Mitchell, joined by ThunderLCR. We're happy to have you here. This is our final qualifier in our qualifying competition. After this, we're going to get on to two-wheel skills, as Rare Ammunition is going to go back to the pits for some reason. Oh dear. Anyways, we're happy to have you here. Thank you for tuning in. If you like what you see, please feel free to leave a like and potentially consider subscribing.
Rare Ammunition, always a clean-looking truck. He's brought in the same body he's been running. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Exactly. So one of the few trucks that's not sporting a special scheme this weekend, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. We don't dox you points for not having a special scheme. It's just a lot of people like to have them.
Again, while you're here, if you aren't already, make sure to hit subscribe. Find us also on our Instagram page. Join our Discord. If you like what you see and you want to be a part of it, join our Discord. Sign up. It's all free. We recently just hit 500 subscribers.
And we are thrilled about that. So not sure what the issue was there with Rare Ammunition, but it looks like they're ready to go now. Probably some kind of glitch with BeamNG. Anyways, we're going to get our 2 qualifying passes now from Skull in Rare Ammunition. Now, he has been running on the Green Stadium Tour all season long. Did a good job over there. Got an invite to come compete here in Grand Finals, and I'm looking forward to seeing what he does this weekend. Once again, this is our final qualifier before we get on to two-wheel skills, and then we set the racing bracket. He is off. And again, we talked about this earlier. Sometimes running by yourself in a bye run is good psychologically because you don't have the pressure of worrying about what the guy or gal in the other lane is doing. However, that is an extremely wide turn going around the dumbbells. Apart from that, this lap is looking very solid indeed.
Tap the back on that pad, that start-finish pad as well.
So Rare Ammunition, with a solid pass, probably will not be the fastest, but it is nevertheless looking very strong. And he's immediately going to go stage in the opposite lane and do a pass in that one as well. Looks like he is staged, or is getting staged.
Waiting on his official time. And it's a 39.276.
So that'll place him, that time places him in the lower half of the bracket. Not the fastest time we've seen by any means, but definitely not the slowest. He is going to try to improve on that, though, here in his second pass. As Skull 28 in Rare Ammunition rounds off our qualifying competition here at Grand Finals 5, losing one of the flags, but that's okay. It's just cosmetic. Does not affect his speed at all.
And technically, it's more weight, so he's faster.
You are right about that. You are right. This lap definitely looking better than the first one, as he didn't choke up so much going around the dumbbells. So this probably will be a faster time indeed. Very smooth, very clean, very good pass from Skull28 and Rammunition. And that's going to do it for our qualifying competition. But don't go anywhere, folks, because we have the Two Wheel Skills World Championship coming up very shortly indeed. We're going to wait for the official time, set the racing bracket, and get right to that. So for now, though, if you'd like to get up, stretch your legs, use the bathroom, get a snack, whatever it may be, feel free to do that. I know I certainly am, so we're going to take a very brief break. At least I will, and we will be back momentarily.
Final time for Skull is 38.152. Again, want to thank our sponsors, primarily Skyjacker Suspension. They're up here in Skyjacker Stadium, as well as Heatwave Visual sponsoring racing, Jim's Wi-Fi sponsoring our two-wheel skills, Liquid Death, they're sponsoring our high jump, Sparko with Best Trick, and Skyjacker sponsoring our freestyle events. The last three going to be tomorrow. We'll be starting off bright and early, same time, 2 o'clock Pacific Standard Time, 5 o'clock Eastern. By the way, your top 8 from qualifying are as follows. Skinner and Windbreaker with the 36.669. Savannah and Bigfoot with the 36.794. Steeples and Liquid Death with 37.059. Monster with Evil Force running a 37.124. Ace Racer in Shadow with 37.222. Dak in Heatwave with a 37.413. Austin in Natural Selection with a 37.466. And Mr. Grimm in Christine with 37.610. And those top 8 will get bye runs in racing, which are following our two-wheel skills competition. And our two-wheel skills, again, was invite only. We had 8 trucks that we chose from all the different tours, all 3 tours. And going to be in order: Skull, Helix, Cooley, Cameron, Squid, Steeples, Trevor, and Ace. Trucks being Rammunition, Scrap Wagon, Avenger, Kamikaze, which Cameron and Kamikaze, not in the main field, but they made the two-wheel skills. Squid Industries, Liquid Death, Purple Haze, and Shadow. We'll be starting two-wheel skills in just a minute. Trying to get everyone staged up, lined up, ready to go. And make sure to follow us on or subscribe to us on our YouTube channel. If you go to the channel, you can see all our previous events, including our press conference just earlier, where we made some huge announcements, pulled the order for our qualifying and two-wheel skills, and went through our awards, including a brand new award, very coveted, the L. Steeples Award, awarded to Steeples himself. Again, two-wheel skills starting up in just a minute with racing to follow. Tomorrow we will have the remainder of our events: high jump, best trick, and to cap it all off, freestyle. or two-wheel skills, they will have 2 attempts to put down the best, most technical, creative move they can. We have our set of administrators and judges, all gonna put in their scores between 1 and 10. We'll take the average of those and set it as their final score. So I can't wait to see how these skills drivers are going to attack this track. There's plenty of angles, lots of floor space.
All right, folks, welcome back. We're getting ready to resume competitions here. Going into the two-wheel skills competition. Two-wheel skills world championship, I should say. Once again, if you're just joining us, my name is JackTheFourth. I'm your host, joined by ThunderLCR. We're going to be commentating all of this weekend's festivities. And we're happy to have you here watching with us. Once again, 8 competitors were hand-selected to be in the Two-Wheel Skills World Championship. 8 of the best to ever do it in this league, and we're looking forward to see what they come up with here for the Grand Finals. Grand Finals 5 action is going to be resuming very shortly. Coming onto the track to kick things off is Skull 28 in Rare Munition. We just saw him lay down his qualifying passes. He did solid in that competition. And now we get to see what he's got in store for us here.
Exactly what I was about to say. We started off with the nose stand. Gonna walk it back for moonwalk.
It's important to hold that balance for as long as you can. You can't just do a nice combination onto the bumper. He's gonna stand it straight up. Oh, and a pirouette on the tailgate. Now that's what we like to see. I'm sure the judges are loving that. Beautiful job by Skull 28 in Rare Munition. Nice start to the competition. Once again, each competitor gets 2 hits before the judges will submit their scores. Looks like he's going to try his hand at a maximum moonwalk. And he will do exactly that. We might potentially see a moon flip combination here. Let's see if he goes for that.
Gotta be careful not to bump it on that bow tie. If you hit that bow tie, that will send you straight over.
He's gonna go for it. It didn't oh my goodness. Talk about truck awareness.
I don't know if that was on purpose, but I sure hope it was. Beautiful combination.
He's still going. Oh, and he's going to stuff it into the jammer. Great performance from Skull 28 in Rare Munition. Nice start to the 5th Two-Wheel Skills World Championship here in MTM. Waiting for the official scores to come in from the judges. That was a great performance from Skull 28 in Rare Munition. Excellent display of balance, truck control, as well as creativity. He had all the elements that you want for the Two-Wheel Skills World Championship here in MTM. We'll have to wait and see what the judges think as we await for their scores to come in.
Again, we have a team of admins and judges. They're going to put all their scores in. We're going to take the average, and that will be the score. And it looks like it is a 7.781. So solid, a good start to our skills contest.
Indeed, a very good start to the skills contest. As we await for our next competitor to hit the track.
In between skills and racing, we will get a word from our skills champion and likely our fastest qualifier.
Indeed, indeed. Before we get to the racing bracket, we're going to have a brief halftime, and I do want to interview our fastest qualifier, Skinner, as well as our soon-to-be crowned skills champion to get their thoughts on tonight's festivities. So stay tuned for that. We're going to shove somebody in front of the camera, whether they like it or not.
Well, at least shove him behind a microphone.
You know what I mean. I was being metaphorical. Anyway, we're going to wait
Yeah.
for our next competitor. Or we're waiting for our next competitor. Looks like it's going to be Helix in Scrap Wagon.
And if I remember correctly, he is the defending champion.
Indeed, this is your reigning MTM Skills champion looking to go back-to-back this year.
He was on my tour, and I saw him pull off some of the wildest stunts. He can throw that truck around like almost no one else can.
As we wait for Helix and Scrap Wagon to enter the track to attempt to defend his skills title.
Helix also got the Rising Star of the Year this year, showing how he's improved from last year to this year.
Once again, if you're just joining us as we wait for Helix to enter the track, this is the official MTM Grand Finals 5 live broadcast featuring me, your host, JackTheFourth, along with ThunderLCR. We're going to be commentating the entire weekend, including the current skills competition. We just saw Rammunition lay down a very good performance, and coming onto the track now is the reigning MTM Skills champion, Helix, in that awesome looking scrap wagon.
Yeah, he was going to get that body all cleaned up, and it looks like he didn't quite get it finished, so looks like the name Scrap Wagon is quite fitting.
Indeed, indeed. You'll see what he comes up with here. Helix, known for being extremely creative in this competition. And talk about creativity, a moonwalk powered by nothing but momentum, I should say. Beautifully done.
Thunderstep.
Only issue is, I feel like the winning performance in this competition is gonna need some kind of combination, and that's exactly what you want to do right there. Throw it onto the rear tires and walk it across the track.
And it tried to go back again and couldn't make it work. Beautiful Thunderstep combination.
Nevertheless, that was beautifully done.
It's the second time he's pulled that out. Did it also in St. Louis 1. Oh, he's got some interesting plan lining up for a hit. Backing up.
Oh my, what is this all about? That's an interesting way to do a moonwalk.
Holding it on the nose.
Nice job with the balance. Now those tires you can see have got massive treads on them, perfect for this sort of thing. Gives you nice grip, which is what you need in this competition.
If you're one of the precision drivers like Helix is, grip is everything.
Exactly, and precision is the best way to describe this attempt. Although I have to be honest, right now I don't see how this beats Rammunition's run. But I'm not a judge. We'll see what they do.
Up with the seesaw.
Once again, the truck awareness and control is astonishing. Oh, gonna try to get a bicycle out of it. Couldn't get it, though. A very good performance from your reigning champion, but I have to be honest, if I'm a judge, I thought Rammunition's run was better.
Gonna be honest, I'm gonna disagree with you there for the sole reason of there was two very different moves. Well, Rammunition had two different moves. The comboing was better by Scrapwagon, in my opinion.
Hey, that's fair, but we'll see what the judges think as we await for their scores to come through. Once again, score to beat is Rammunition with a 7.781. So Helix and Scrapwagon with 2 very good hits, displaying all the control and balance in the world. Though I'm wondering if the judges were looking for a bit more creativity. All right, scores are in, and I was right. It's not going to take the lead with a 7.472. Rammunition remains your leader.
Still very close, but not enough to topple Rammunition.
Indeed, indeed.
And both these drivers from the Stadium Tour Green, and have been watching each other. And next up, someone from Stadium Tour Blue, that's their international tour. I say stadium as it's primarily arenas, speedways, and the like. Next up is Cooley in Avenger.
Now, Cooley and Avenger definitely, probably, I am confident that they have a chip on their shoulder after their performance in qualifying. It did not go the way that they wanted. They DNF'd in their first pass and then got a rather poor time in their second one owing to clipping a freestyle obstacle. So they're hoping to redeem themselves here in the skills competition.
In this contest, we have 4 drivers from green, 2 from blue, and 2 from purple. Gonna be honest, I'm jealous I wasn't in on this competition.
Anyways, welcome onto the track now. Cooley, in that specially designed blue and green, blue and white Avenger. I don't know what I'm talking about. It's got a picture of Jim Cola on the back for reasons, and it looks fantastic. Now, once again, Cooley looking to redeem themselves after a rather poor showing in qualifying. We'll see what they come up with here in the Two Wheel Skills World Championship.
Again, all these drivers watching each other, seeing what the others are doing, getting new ideas, maybe changing up their plans.
Or just winging it. Whatever works best for them.
Yeah, I know a couple people who just swing it. And popping it up onto the front 2 tires.
Getting a nice moonwalk. Once again, in this competition, you have to do more than a moonwalk. And I'm sure Cooley has something in mind.
A lot of back and forth on the first to reverse.
Oh my!
Oh, puts it
Hold on to it,
right
Cooley.
on the edge.
Excellent display of control
Won't
and
be
balance.
surprised
Looks like
if-
we're going to get a combination here. Oh
Won't be
my!
surprised if they split
Nice
the bow
brake
tie.
check. And he's going to walk it up the step up. Beautifully done. And into another moonwalk, or at least tried to get it. And bounces it
Ends up on
onto
the
the
back
rear wheels. Very impressive performance.
Very nice back and forth. Not easy, not as easy as it looks. I know, I've tried.
So already, Cooley and Avenger making themselves known here in the Two Wheel Skills competition. Again, this is their first World Finals.
Looks like
Grand
might be going
Finals,
for a
excuse me,
bicycle.
Grand Finals. A bicycle attempt here. We haven't seen this yet. You get points for doing something that nobody's done yet. At least you should. Beautiful bicycle,
And combos
and
hit.
will get the combination.
Holds it on its nose, going to uneven ground.
Oh my, that's dangerous territory. On the sidewalls, into a sidewall donut, and saves it into a slap wheelie too. What a combination, and is also going to pull
my
a
goodness.
slight moonwalk out of that.
Man, I need to watch Series Blue.
So the International Tour, showing up and showing out with Cooley and Avenger in the Two Wheel Skills World Championship. Very impressive performance.
Beautiful. You can also watch all of our previous events on this YouTube channel. Make sure to subscribe, see what's going on. We race all throughout autumn, fall, and winter. I say the same season twice. fall, winter, and spring.
And the judges are getting their scores in. So Cooley absolutely redeeming themselves after an unfortunate showing in qualifying. Hoping to get the lead here in the Two Wheel Skills Championship. And they will do exactly that with an 8.156. I'm sorry for interrupting.
Beautiful. Oh, no, you're good. We said the same thing. You're fine.
So Cooley and Avenger takes the lead away from Rammunition with an 8.156. Your next competitor, not one of the main field competitors, but did get an invite to be in this competition, is Cameron in Kamikaze, another rookie from this season who did well.
And during the summer, we will have our Sunset Drive event. There's one show, 2 weeks. First show is July 6th at 5 p.m. Eastern. Second one is July 13th, same time. Both different fields, invite only. I believe the fields aren't even finalized yet. They might be watching the grand finals to see who all makes it.
Indeed. Now, the Sunset Drive events are charity events. They are one of the coolest things that we do here in MTM. And we can't wait to be present and broadcast those events as well. So once again, we are awaiting Cameron and Kamikaze to enter the track. Sounds like he might be having some technical difficulties loading into the game. So if you're enjoying the stream so far, feel free to let us know in the chat. It is there for a reason. It doesn't cost any money to use. If you have any thoughts on what you're seeing, please don't hesitate to share them. This is our first time commentating, so we would appreciate any feedback. And also, if you want to see more MTM content in the future, don't hesitate to subscribe to our YouTube channel here. We got more broadcasts coming out in the future, including full coverage of this past season, edited commentary. It's going to be great, as well as live coverage of Season 6, which won't be starting up till the autumn.
And speaking of season 6, we did have a couple mergers. Going to be teaming up with the Vengeance Monster Truck Tour and the IMS Iconic Monster Series Tour.
Indeed, we can't wait to have them
neither
on
of them
board.
Neither of them going to be eaten up. No one's going anywhere far. Just teaming up, trying to get better truck counts, trying to get more people involved, and grow our little racing community.
Well, it's not that little anymore. It's actually quite large. This past season, we had like 35 to 40 people join our league during the season. It was huge. And of course, you can join the league yourself too. It is free to do so on our Discord.
If you can see the link right below our channel. Again, completely free to join. Nothing required except a computer.
Exactly. If you have a computer that can run BeamNG, you can join us. As stated by my co-host, simply click the link that is in the description here on our YouTube channel. It's free to join, and you can come compete with us. But be aware that this event marks the end of the season, so we don't have any points-paying events until the autumn. But we do still have some summer events going on that you can be part of.
We'll also be sharing clips, photos, and other stuff of what people are doing in the off-season in that Discord.
Indeed. Furthermore, you do not need a custom truck to come race with us, as you just saw Cooley and Avenger, and Cameron bringing out Kamikaze. Again, this is not a main field competitor, only got an invite to be in the skills competition, so he's probably going to lay it all on the line, as this is the only chance he'll get to compete on this track this weekend.
All right, let's see what he's got for his first hit. Also, Cameron will be in high jump as well.
Oh,
But right
my
now,
mistake.
he's on
Okay.
his front wheels.
Nice balance.
Walking it across the floor, up on his way back.
Probably going to try to make something out of the step up, just like Cooley did.
Looks like he might be trying to get some more run up first.
Here we
Here
go.
we go. There's something.
Not. Oh my! It's a bad crash. Oh, that's a really bad crash. He's going to save it though. Not entirely sure what he was trying to go for there.
I think he was trying to go just straight up and down, kind of sky wheelie it, reverse sky wheelie it, but didn't hit the ramp square, which is hard to do with these trucks. Your wheels don't always turn at the same rate, so you'll get just a little off. And look like he's going for another moonwalk.
Indeed, and that body is toast now. Doesn't matter to him though. He was going to lay it all on the line in this competition.
He'll be back tomorrow for a high jump, though.
Cameron looks like he's going to walk it all the way to the dumpsters. Or maybe not. Going to try to get a combo here. Maybe a reverse cartwheel.
Whoa.
Oh, nice brake check. Beautifully done.
Almost clearing the ramp. And seesaws it back to the nose.
This is a solid run from Cameron, but I don't know if it's going to take the lead. But I'm not a judge, so we'll have to see what they say.
That first hit was quite spectacular, so we'll see. As long as he can keep it up.
Oh my! Oh, I thought he was going over. Nice save. He's still holding on to it, which is the most impressive thing. Oh, there you go. There you
Brings
go.
it up. Puts it right back down.
So a solid performance from Cameron and Kamikaze, but I'm not sure what the judges are going to do with that. I'm not sure.
Hard to be sure. We got enough judges. Everyone's got their opinion. Everyone's got their own way to score it.
Precisely. Have to see what they do as we wait for the official score to come in for Cameron and Kamikaze.
Either way, great run, worthy of the lead. Just will it beat Avenger? That's the question.
Because Cooley had a very spectacular performance, and Cameron was very technical, very concise. But I just don't know. And that's going to be the lowest score so far. Is 7.001 for Cameron and Kamikaze. That'll put him into 4th place for now.
Yeah, I'm guessing something about that first hit not looking like a complete thought through thing. That's the only thing I could say that I'd imagine would do it. So I did bring it up on its 2 wheels. It was technically maybe a missed hit from what he was hoping to do.
I think so too. I don't think he meant to do that, and I think that hurt him in the scoring. Anyway, we are halfway done with the 2 Wheel Skills World Championship. We got 4 more trucks coming up. So while we wait for our next competitor to enter the track, I'm going to remind you of the order. In first place with an 8.156 is Cooley in Avenger. Second place is Skull 28 in Rare Munition with a 7.781. In third place, Helix in Scrap Wagon with a 7.472. And then finally, Kamikaze sits in 4th currently with a 7.001.
You know, I just realized that no matter what, we have a new champion.
That is true, because the defending champion...
At least our reigning champion is dethroned.
Indeed, the defending champion, Helix and Scrap Wagon, did not take the lead away from Rare Munition when he went out. So we are going to have a different skills champion this year. Once again, we are waiting for our next competitor to spawn in and enter the track, which will be Squid Industries, driven by Squid.
Yeah, both Helix and I have been back and forth working on moves, trying to top each other. And he's trying to top everyone else, but I'm trying to topple him at least.
Cooley and Avenger hoping to hold on to that lead until the very end and get their first MTM World Championship here tonight. But in order to get that, he's going to have to dodge some heavy hitters, and this is the first one. Squid, driving Squid Industries in this brand new body, came out for World Finals, Grand Finals, I should say. One of the flags is already gone, but you know what? He doesn't care. Now, we did not see this body in qualifying because it was just the chassis that he ran to get his qualifying pass. And so this is our first look at Squid Industries' new body, and it looks good.
That's beautiful. Looks like based off the Kraken truck.
Indeed it is. Indeed it is. But it's got some red in there. It's chrome. And it looks very, very good indeed. Looks like he's trying to do something with the container backflip here.
You might have been able to see this previously if you were on our Discord. He showed it off a little bit.
Exactly. Again, you can join our Discord. It's free by clicking the link in the description here on the YouTube channel. And he gets a nice pop.
Tombstone.
Gets a nice tombstone off of the container backflip there. Although I'm noticing that he's no longer lined up with that ramp anymore. So if he's going to do a combination, it's going to be very awkward and potentially even run-ending. Nevertheless, he's going to try it, though, because you have to lay it all on the line in this competition.
Yeah, he's either going to have to work it around, try to pull something to the side wheels, or maybe pop it straight up into a wheelie.
He's continuing to keep it on the front nose, walking it closer towards us. Not sure if his original plan was foiled now that he's no longer lined up, and if he's just going to wing it, or if he's going to set it down and play it safe. We'll have to see.
I don't know what the handling on that chassis is like. I know it's a racing chassis. Squid is a chassis builder.
Indeed, that is his own chassis that he's got there, an SIC, which is popular in the MTM League. A lot of competitors use it, and it doesn't look like he got the run that he wanted out of that attempt. And some of that brand new body already missing. No worries, though. They'll have that fixed and ready to go for the racing competition. Looks like we're going to get another bicycle attempt.
And Squid's got something else on bicycles with transfers.
And here he goes. Oh, my. Oh, that was an interesting hit.
To the other side.
He gets it onto the sidewalls and gets a nice sidewall donut. Oh, man. But did not get the save. I don't think the judges are going to be very impressed with that. They like it when you pull out a save, not when you crash.
It's still a solid run.
A very solid run, indeed.
He did pop off the wheel on that, too.
Yeah, he tore the wheel off, which is an automatic RII. And that's probably why he was unable to save it.
Yeah.
So Squid Industries gives us a good run, and we await to see if it will take the lead.
Fun fact, this Grand Finals, we are going to be allowing in freestyle 1 broken wheel and or 1 broken shock. And we'll let you keep going off of that. Any further damage and you're done. But we figure let's keep the action going.
Indeed, in any other event you would get RII'd for breaking those things, but not this weekend because we want this event to be as spectacular as we can make it. Anyways, we're still waiting for the official score to come in for Squid and Squid Industries as the judges are tabulating. 2 very solid hits, but again, I feel like Avenger was more spectacular. But I'm not a judge. We'll see what happens.
I'm going to agree. Either way, they've got this big old spreadsheet that goes in that everyone puts their score into. It'll bring it to an average, and that's going to be a low score, unfortunately.
Squid Industries with a 6.583. That puts him into 5th place for now.
And I can all but guarantee it's because of that first hit, whether it's the differential or what, but he didn't get it lined back up. guessing he was going to go for some sort of flip combination, but
Yeah,
just
so
didn't have it lined up.
exactly. So probably not the performance that Squid was hoping for. Nevertheless, he gave the fans a show, and that's what he came here to do. So Cooley and Avenger remains your leader with 3 trucks to go. Coming up next is your Stadium Series Green champion, Steeples, driving Liquid Death.
All right, let's see if we get L Steeples or W Steeples.
We're gonna find out. Now, Cooley is sitting in the hot seat, probably chewing on his nails right now, because he only got 3 more trucks left to be a world champion. But as I said, they are heavy hitters.
Yeah, we still have the Steeples again, one of the tour championships, as well as Shadow was a tour champion.
Indeed. Looks like Steeples is spawned in, and we are waiting for him to enter the track. Once again, if you're just joining us, this is the official broadcast for the Monster Truck Mayhem Grand Finals 5. I'm your host, JackTheFourth, being joined by ThunderLCR. We're going to be commentating the whole weekend. And coming onto the track now is a Gavel D pickup truck. What the heck? What is this? What was that all about?
Maybe they had to get a bump started or something.
I guess so. Steeples, the comedic genius. Alright, there we go. There is Liquid Death. That's what he should be in. So once again, this is your Stadium Series Green champion. Looking to add more hardware to his trophy case by picking up a skills championship, but to do it, he's going to have to defeat the hugely impressive Cooley, who gave us a great performance in Avenger.
Yeah, Steeples running a special paint job this week.
Indeed, it looks good. That chrome red, it's a fantastic look.
And normally he's got a white truck with the Liquid Death label on it. Looks similar to the can. But he's got some sidewall or bicycle action planned. It looks like it. We'll see how he can combo that.
He does get the bicycle, and he does get the combination. Oh my. Oh my. He is... Oh, is he going to save this? He is all over the place, and it's not going to happen. Oh, maybe it will. No, it's not.
And that'll be the one-hit wonder, unfortunately.
Unbelievable. So Steeples is he's a guy who a lot of fans thought had a real shot at winning this competition. Not at all the run that he was hoping for. So Cooley and Avenger remains your leader. Don't worry though, we will see Liquid Death later on in the racing bracket. So he's not done yet.
Yeah, he's part of our main field. Meanwhile, we still have 2 left. We're awaiting Liquid Death's score as well.
I can't imagine it's going to be very high.
After this, we will get a word with our two-wheel skills champion.
So
and
the
later we'll
official
also get a
score for
word.
Liquid Death is a 3.786. That puts him into 6th place for now, with 2 more trucks to go. Once again, your leader remains Cooley in Avenger with an 8.156.
Currently the only one in the 8s.
Exactly.
Not deep in the 8s, but in the 8s nonetheless.
Now, if I'm Cooley, I'm starting to get nervous right now, because right, you're 2 trucks away from winning your first world championship. So he's probably sweating bullets up in that hot seat right now. Anyways, coming up next is Purple Haze, a truck that did not get to qualify, if you recall. Trevor in Purple Haze was supposed to go up against Rammunition as the last qualifying pair, but they could not fire that truck. But it looks like they got it fixed in time for the skills competition, and we will see Purple Haze compete. We are awaiting for Purple Haze to enter the track. Once again, the score to beat is Cooley and Avenger with an 8.156. This is our 7th competitor to go in the skills competition. We've seen a lot of good runs so far tonight, but nothing that really breaks any records. Anyway, here we have Trevor driving. Now, this is not Purple Haze. This is actually his dad's truck. A reference to his father's piece. And he's going to try to get it done. Remember, did not get to qualify. So Trevor is looking to lay down a solid performance here in the Skills World Championship. And he gets it up on the nose for a solid moonwalk. Tears the hood right off, but he doesn't care.
Yeah, Trevor from that Purple series.
Indeed, I had the pleasure of racing with him on the Purple Tour. He also runs a DCC, which is the same chassis that I have under my truck. It's a great piece. Works very well.
I've heard a lot of people running a DCC this Grand Finals, and he able to pop it up.
Oh!
Gets the slap, though.
He does get a slap wheelie. Okay, a solid attempt from Trevor.
Taps the dumpster, but
Yeah, gets hung up on the
keeps it
dumpster
going.
there. Now, again, normally, this truck is Purple Haze, which is why underneath it's got purple accents, even though the body is yellow. So don't be alarmed at the color clash that's going on there. This truck is normally colored purple. Kind of curious as to what he's setting up for here. He seems to be wandering a little bit.
And I don't know, anytime someone starts backing up, I get scared. And by scared, I mean excited.
Doesn't look like Trevor really knows what he wants to do for his second hit. He's kind of
Either that,
he's kind of cruising
Might
around
be-
the track. Looks like he's gonna go for. I don't know what he's thinking here.
he might be bouncing back and forth between ideas. He might have had a couple things planned, but doesn't know how he wants to follow up that hit.
Maybe, because his first hit didn't probably go the way he wanted, so now he wants to choose something that's going to be spectacular, and that's a nice butt kicker, but cannot get the combination. That is not the performance he wanted. So a stunning turn of developments here. Once again, another performance that I don't believe is going to take the lead away from Avenger. So Cooley is looking hot, as opposed to their name.
Well, we have one driver left. Just one left.
And it is your International Series champion, Shadow, driving Shadow the Hedgehog.
Ace driving Shadow.
Ace driving Shadow the Hedgehog, my bad. Once again, if you're just joining us, this is the official MTM Grand Finals 5 broadcast. We are currently in the middle of the Two-Wheel Skills Championship. We have one truck left to go, and your current leader is Cooley in Avenger, who was looking to redeem themselves after a poor showing in qualifying, and they did exactly that, and they are one truck away from walking out of here with a World Championship, as the official score for Purple Haze is a 6.321, so nowhere near enough to take the lead.
So we'll see if this champion can topple down Cooley, or if Cooley will get the gym's Wi-Fi Two-Wheel Skills Championship.
I gotta imagine that that Cooley and Avenger is pacing. Because like I said, this is the last truck in the Skills Championship, and Cooley and Avenger remains your leader. This is your International Series champion, Ace, driving Shadow the Hedgehog, who came down the tunnel and then, I guess, got camera shy and then went back into the tunnel. Ah, there we go. Ace entering the track. With a big corporate sponsor, McDonald's, sponsoring this truck. No idea why or how, but it happened. Oh, we're going to get a nice bicycle here. Now that's balance, that's control, because that's a slow bicycle. Most bicycles you see are fast, not this one. He's actually crabbing the wheels as he's doing that. That's hugely impressive. Oh my. Now that's what you want to see right there. Beautiful combination. Sidewall donut into a slap wheelie. Almost got the moonwalk out of it, but couldn't grab it. If he gets another good attempt here, this will give Cooley a run for their money.
Yeah, it looks like my monitor's glitching, so I'm leaving this one up to you.
Ace is sitting there in front of the container, probably trying to think about what their next move is going to be. Once again, Ace Racer and Shadow the Hedgehog is your International Series champion, looking to add more hardware to their trophy and dethrone Cooley and Avenger, who's looking for their first World Championship. Getting a nice moonwalk there, looking to walk it over top of the tabletop. Did so nicely. I think, however... Oh, yeah, I was just about to say, I think you're going to need to be more spectacular than that if you're going to take the lead, and Ace must have read my mind, because that is spectacular. That's some Monster Truck square dancing right there, boy. Oh my, balancing it on one wheel, and gets the save, and into a slap wheelie. What a combination. What a combination. This one's going to come down to the wire. I would hate to be a judge right now. Once again, the score to beat is Cooley in Avenger with an 8.156.
Oh yeah, that is a beautiful run. Watching the stream right now, that is beautiful.
And Ace gave a run that can absolutely be in contention for taking the lead away. And Ace has come back onto the track and is celebrating, so I think that's the official word.
8.75. That is the win.
8.750 for Ace Racer, your two-wheel skills world champion, Ace in Shadow the Hedgehog. Now we got to pull this guy in here for an interview. That, folks, was the Two-Wheel Skills Championship. We're going to have the racing competition beginning here shortly.
Hey, Ace, you here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Ace,
right.
Congratulations on the Two-Wheel Skills Championship.
Thanks. Been looking forward to the two-wheel skill competition. I know I'm not normally a tricker, but I know when it comes to two-wheel, I know how to do it well. I know how to do the crowd walk. I figured this was, as the finals. I was going to go for it and just do my moves. I'm very fortunate I didn't do my original first move because I didn't know if I could do flips, but fortunately I asked first and they told me no, so I ended up doing another move instead, and that ended up being a blessing in disguise.
Well, it was a beautiful run. Was there anything in particular going through your head, or were you just too on the throttle to think that much?
I was just simply trying to do this as fast as possible because racing was supposed to start around 25 minutes ago. So I was trying to increase the pace around because I clearly had a very great one in that venture. I thought that there was no one beating it, but Apparently, the judges saw it differently, and I got the dub.
All right, very nice. Well, congratulations. I hope you like the hardware. I wish I could say I picked it out myself. But yeah, see you in the main field.
Yeah, thanks. I know that racing's going to go and be it's a difficult field when racing, but I feel like I could do well.
All right, well, good luck in racing.
Thank you.
All right, we got our brackets all set and ready to go. We're going to get started in just a bit. All right, we are currently taking a short intermission. We will be right back. Let's see if I can grab a word with Skinner. All right, I got Skinner in the press box. How you doing, Skinner? All right, Skinner, you got the fastest qualifying. How do you feel?
I feel pretty good about it. I definitely feel like what's going on?
Do you feel any pressure going into racing?
No, not really. I feel like I'm doing pretty good with all of it. I definitely think that the pressure's on with a bunch of other people though. Like I'm looking at that bracket now and I see here's a good one. You got Evil Force in fourth, but he's got to take on, Air Raid. He's got to take on a bunch of heavy hitters. But I look at the other side of the bracket too, and it's looking to be pretty strong. I think that really the big part about it is just who can be the most consistent throughout all of it.
All right. You can get a little sense of it from up here in the booth, but how technical is this track really?
It's wild. I think that the track itself for our two-wheel skills, like we just crowned our two-wheel skills champion. I'm really happy for Ace, but for skills, it was more technical. I feel like for racing, because it's its own complete custom layout, that it makes it a lot more wild and a lot more unexpected for all these people who decide to drive. For me personally, I love it because whenever I come around and do racing and stuff like that, I always like I always like tougher tracks. I always just enjoy tougher tracks.
Enjoy the challenge.
Yeah, I love the challenge. I think that a lot of the people here, whenever see the difference is like you got practice, which is really good. You practice, you make good times, and you can call bluff, whatever. But whenever it comes down to racing against somebody, that's a whole different monster. And you know, whenever you sit down and qualify with somebody, then you really feel the nerves, you feel the pressure starting. And with me, I feel none of it.
Yeah, because I know we were talking earlier about buy runs and how that affects psychology. You think it's any easier or more difficult with a buy run?
I think it's in one respect it's a lot easier, but it's also a lot harder. It's consider this for a second. Like I look at the other side of the bracket for a second. You got Avenger and Galactic. If Galactic moves on to the next round, then you got two really heavy hitters going against each other. Same thing with uh Magenta and Supernova for, you know, the other side of the bracket too. Like you got a lot of tough competitors. And the advantage is you get to have one less race, but at the drawback of you're taking on somebody tough first round.
All right. Well, I'm gonna leave you to getting your food or whatever else you were on your way to do, and good luck in racing.
Hey, thank you.
All right. Well, that was our fastest qualifier. Meanwhile, we're gonna take a quick intermission. I want to thank our sponsors real quick. Heatwave Visuals, Jim's Wi-Fi, Liquid Death, Sparko, and Skyjacker Suspensions. And we will be right back. All right, we are getting our drivers set and ready to go, getting everyone in staging. We're going to be starting as soon as everyone is up and ready. All right, if you like what you're seeing so far, make sure to follow us or subscribe to us on YouTube if you haven't already. If you want to be part of the madness, join us on Discord. It's free to join. If you want to be part of our lineup, with the exception of grand finals, go ahead, join our Discord. As long as you can run beam, you can run with us. We have races going multiple days of the week, plenty of times to choose from. You don't need a custom truck. And we would love to have you in with us, especially with the merging of Vengeance Monster Truck Tour and the Iconic Monster Series. We're going to have a lot more tours to run, a lot more time available. It's going to be a great time starting up again in this fall. And we also have the Sunset Drive events coming up in June and July.
All right. Hello, folks. Welcome back. All the drivers are ready to rock and roll. We're bringing the first pair onto the track. This is it. This is the World Racing Bracket getting ready to kick off here. Our first race is going to be Keith driving that awesome looking head first with its bright pink tires, taking on Dusty in that specially designed Big Bad Wolf. Now this is what qualifying was leading up to. This is the Grand Finals Racing Championship. Grand Finals 5 Racing Championship, I should say. We're waiting for these two competitors to stage, and racing will be underway. Once again, this is Keith driving headfirst in the lane closest to the screen, and Dusty driving Big Bad Wolf in the lane farthest from the screen. They are off. We are racing at Grand Finals 5. Slight edge to Dusty going into the first turn. Keith looking to make up some ground here. Remember, in this competition, it's single elimination, so either win the race or get ready for tomorrow's festivities. And Dusty right now is looking very good. Keith cut that turn nice, though. Dusty's still with the lead. Can they make it stand up?
Could come down to the last turn, and
yes, they will.
Big Bad Wolf.
So Dusty and Big Bad Wolf defeats head first in the first race of Grand Finals 5. A solid race from these two competitors. And remember, Dusty did not do that well in qualifying, so it's great to see them come back and do a nice job here at the start of racing.
Yeah, some
Keith
of this
giving
just
us a little
comes
two-wheel
down
skill
to-
action over there.
It all comes down to qualifying times too.
Indeed, indeed. Dusty had lane choice over Keith in that race, and they opted for the gray lane.
Yeah, hopefully we're going to see some really good close racing. Either way, this Heatwave Visual Racing Championship is already starting to get exciting.
Indeed it is, and we're just one race into it. Anyways, your next race in round 1 is going to be Helix in Scrapwagon taking on Trevor in Purple Haze. Now remember, Purple Haze did not get to qualify, did not get to run this track this morning, so it's going to be interesting to see if they can pull the upset here in round 1.
And we're trying to get this rolling as quickly as possible. We got 25 trucks today here in the staging area, including Kamikaze.
Who will not be in the racing bracket. Kamikaze was
Correct.
just a skills competitor. Now, in this race, Scrapwagon is going to get lane choice, as once again, Purple Haze did not get to qualify.
Did you figure things out for tomorrow where you're not?
No, not yet.
And Scrapwagon choosing the gray lane.
So once again, the driver with lane choice preferring the gray lane, which is interesting. I ran on this track this morning just to see what it was like in my truck, and I preferred the red lane, but that's just me. Again, every driver has their own preference. The lanes on this course are equal in length, so lane choice is simply a matter of driver preference. And they're off.
You know, I'd likely be gray because I like left turns, but either way, they're neck and neck.
Trevor and Purple Haze goes way wide around the jammer, giving the advantage to Scrapwagon.
Very slight advantage it is.
Scrapwagon still with the lead as they head down to the final turn. Oh, Scrapwagon
might be
goes
all
wide. This
Scrapwagon
one's
will
going to
see.
come down. Oh, they make contact. They made contact. And I don't know how you call that, Thunder.
Gonna have to call it down to the judges.
We'll have to see what the officials say about that.
Yeah, because that could be a 5-second penalty. Which would have caused Purple Haze to finish across first.
Indeed,
They
Purple
did
Haze technically
cross-
did get across the line first. Only he did
Yeah.
it in reverse. Hey, but hey,
Well,
getting across
regardless,
the
it
line
would've
is
been
getting
5
across the
seconds.
line.
Wait on official word.
So it doesn't look like they're going to rerun that race, which means I think, according to the rules, Purple Haze is going to pull the upset after they make contact coming out of the final turn.
We'll see. Listen to the judges. We'll see where the line actually was. And it looks like Scrapwagon got up with the 44.077. Hayes getting 48.442. It looks like Purple Haze did get the lane violation.
Okay, so Scrapwagon is going to advance as Purple Haze. The officials call Purple Haze the truck that committed the lane incursion. As a result, Scrapwagon advances.
Yeah, Helix got that Rising Star of the Year award, and you can see he was putting up the work.
Indeed, he was in that race to win it, and unfortunately, Purple Haze just got a little too close, and they made contact. Nevertheless, Scrapwagon will advance on into round 2. So if you're just joining us, welcome to the official MTM Grand Finals broadcast. We just started our Racing World Championship competition. We've already had 2 spectacular races, and our next pair is going to be Hightail taking on Savage. If you like what you see here, please feel free to leave a like and consider subscribing. We always appreciate the support as we try to get this content out as frequently as we can.
Yep, you can also see our channel. We have the previous broadcasts of all of our past events, including but not limited to Green Series, Purple Series, Blue Series, and our press conference from earlier, where we made some big announcements, as well as crowned some special awards.
Indeed, and tonight's competitions have already been spectacular. Qualifying was spectacular. You can, of course, go back in this stream and watch that if you so please. The Skills Championship was epic, with Ace Racer coming out on top as your Skills Champion, and we just begun the racing portion of Grand Finals 5.
Just tipping into the Heatwave Visual Racing.
Once again, we are awaiting our next pair to enter the track.
Here's your quick reminder to stay hydrated. Make sure you're drinking lots of water as we come into the summer season.
Indeed, it's a hot one out here in Black Mountain, North Carolina.
Oh yeah. If you're on the summer hemisphere, make sure to start bundling up as it's going to get colder.
If you'll excuse me, I'm going to step away from the broadcast booth momentarily. I have to go take a phone call, so I'm going to leave the camera here, and Thunder is going to commentate for the next few minutes.
Yeah, Black Mountain, North Carolina is currently 74 degrees. Real nice, actually. Kind of like it. We're in the beautiful Skyjacker Suspension Stadium. It's got a huge floor layout, perfect for our grand finals. You can see the track that they've put together is extremely technical. And we have our next set of competitors out right now. On track, we have Z-Gold and Savage. And Lotus in Hightail. As we get ready for the green. Fairly even race so far. Looks like Z-Gold might have it. So far, looks like Z-Gold with just a nose of a lead. As they go around the dumbbells. Z-Gold still holding on to the lead. He got Rookie of the Year this year. Let's see if he could take home this race. They're side by side on the end, and it looks like Z-Gold. Very good, very close race. Sure, very much more of that to come. Lotus sticking the truck on two wheels. Having a little fun on his way out. He's going to get packed back up and ready for freestyle tomorrow. And that is right. Today we are finishing off with the Heatwave Visual Racing, and tomorrow will be our Liquid Death High Jump, our Sparko Best Trick, and our Skyjacker Freestyle.
Alright, I'm back on the air. Thanks for holding down the fort for me, Thunder. I appreciate it.
Welcome.
What did I miss? I saw carnage on the track when I came back to my computer.
It was side-by-side racing. Barely getting the win was Z-Gold and Savage, or in Savage.
Okay, sweet, sweet.
So Lotus decided to put it on two wheels on his way out.
Hey, if you're gonna lose, you may as well lose in style.
Hey. Oh, interesting. So it looks like Savage had a 5-second, which overturns the win.
Oh my, that's a stunning development, and Savage was very impressive in qualifying. So to see, wow, losing to a 5-second penalty. Okay, so Hightail gets a lucky break here in round 1.
I don't know if it was a lucky break. That was still a really close race.
Well, our next pairing...
Lucky, yeah, I'd say lucky, yeah.
Our next pairing is going to be Survivor taking on Air Raid. As we wait for them to spawn in and roll on onto the track.
And Cutlass holding on to Survivor. Been behind the wheel this season. And Whoosh in Air Raid.
And remember, Whoosh debuted that brand new Air Raid during qualifying, and it does look fantastic. Can't wait to see what he does with it here in the racing competition.
Yep, Cutlass been in the same Survivor he's had for the past few events. Beautiful truck. No, haven't seen very many bodies like it. And it works really well with the whips as well. So again, I'm going to be biased to Cutlass for bringing me into this.
Well, actually, Air Raid is my teammate, so I'm going to be biased towards your opposition.
Well, Cutlass is my brother, so...
Okay, that makes a bit more sense then, as to why you would be biased.
He got to start an MTM and been kicking tail in it. I decided I might give it a try, and I've been kicking cans. or kicking rocks might be more fun.
Kicking rocks
More
might be more
accurate.
fun.
More accurate.
Yeah, so again, if you just joined us, welcome to the official Monster Truck Mayhem Grand Finals live broadcast. I'm your host, JackTheFourth, being joined in the studio by ThunderLCR. We're happy to have you here. Thank you for joining us. We're currently in the middle of round 1 of our Racing World Championship. We just saw 3 excellent races, and it looks like we're going to be welcoming our 4th pair onto the track, which will be Survivor, driven by Cutlass, taking on Air Raid, driven by Whoosh.
Whoosh. You should put a couple more O's in there so it'd be whoosh.
We should do that. I'll talk to him after the show, see if he's willing to do that.
See if he'll put it in for tomorrow.
Exactly.
Cutlass
And don't
looking at the wrong tunnel, I think.
potentially. And speaking of tomorrow, after tonight's stream is over, it will not be the end of Grand Finals 5 action. We've got a whole nother day of action tomorrow. We've got the best trick, the high jump, and of course the coup de grace, the freestyle championship, all taking place tomorrow, starting at 2 p.m. So be sure to tune in and come hang out with us. It's going to be a great time. But that's then. This is now, and now we're getting ready to welcome, I should say, our next pair onto the track.
That's 2 p.m. Pacific time to be, to make sure
Yes,
everyone's
thank you.
on the same
That's
page.
happening at 2 p.m. Pacific time and 5 p.m. Eastern time. So if after tonight you didn't have enough MTM Grand Finals action, well, don't worry, because we got a lot more coming up tomorrow. Coming onto the track now, Whoosh in that brand new Air Raid, which he debuted just a couple hours ago in our qualifying competition, will be taking on Cutlass in Survivor.
Fun fact, the name Survivor, and I believe his initial paint job is based off of a real West Coast monster truck.
Indeed it is.
So this body, chassis, and paint scheme, all original.
Our 2 competitors are staged, and we are waiting for the green light. And they're off.
And
Oh,
Cutlass
Savage
puts
gets
the
tangled
landing
up in
ramp.
the landing ramp. Sorry for interrupting. Hey, Air Raid cuts a good turn. Remember, Air Raid struggled in qualifying. So this is a strong showing from him. Massive improvement. Massive lead to Air Raid now as they head toward the final turn. And assuming Whoosh keeps it together, this one is his for the taking, and it will be exactly that. So Air Raid with the first round racing victory against Cutlass and Savage, who tumbles end over end and goes into the wall protection. That's the second time we've seen a truck do that tonight.
Kind of reminds me of Blacksmith, Captain's Curse, and I think Blue Thunder also did that. Separate occasions, all World Finals.
Yeah, from the first couple World Finals, there were a couple trucks that did do that.
Captain's Curse was, I want to say 9 or 10.
Captain's Curse went into the stands at World Finals 10.
Alright, so there's a distinction, unlike most events where we have just best skills. For Grand Finals, we have both best trick and two-wheel skills. Do you happen to know the difference?
I do not actually. What is the difference?
The difference is two-wheel skills is primarily just like a two-wheel sort of move. When you do nose stand bicycle, best trick is an attempt at a stunt, a single attempt at a stunt.
Okay, interesting.
I
All
think
right.
you have to say what you are trying to do before you do it, but I'm not sure on that. Meanwhile, times are in. Air Raid got a 37.868, and Survivor got a 39.408.
Now, in going into round 2, times are not going to matter because the competitor that advanced from round 1 will give up lane choice to the competitor that they are facing, as they were a first round bye from the qualifying competition. So in the first round, the times will not matter. But once we get past round 2, the times will determine lane choice, so they will become important again. Anyways, our next racing pair is going to be Squid Industries taking on Rammunition. Both of these trucks competed in the Skills Championship. Both of them did a really nice job, and now they will do battle here in round 1 of racing. Entering the track first is Rammunition, who will have lane choice over Squid Industries in this race. And it looks like Rammunition's going to opt for the gray lane. So again, another truck preferring that gray lane over the red one.
I think it comes down to left turns, gonna be honest.
That's true. Most of these drivers prefer left-hand turns.
Yeah, it's how you race when you do Chicago-style racing. And it's great to show on dirt. World of Outlaws also races left turns.
Anyways, both trucks are staged, and we're looking for green. And they're off. Now, the Squid Industries truck looks a lot lower to the ground because it is lower. That truck was custom built by its driver, Squid. That's his own chassis, his own setup, and that truck was built for racing. But despite that, Rammunition has got a slight lead as they go around the dumbbells. And Squid is in big trouble. Squid goes over. So it is not going to be a night of racing victories for Squid Industries. All Rammunition has to do is get across the line, and he will do exactly that. So Rammunition, with the biggest upset of the night so far, takes down Squid Industries. Again, a truck that's built for racing just got a really bad bounce coming off of that jump. And Rammunition will advance into round 2.
That's gotta hurt a little bit. And that truck is, those Squid Industries trucks handle extremely well from what I've been told. I'm not in the team, so I don't have one of their chassis, but I've been told they're a dream to race. But one bad bounce, and that's it.
And that's all it was. It was a bad bounce. That wasn't necessarily driver error. And I talked about this in qualifying, how that jump that those trucks have to take points directly at the starting pad, and if you hit it hard enough, it will launch you right into it, which will cause that to happen. Right. So that's one of the many factors that these drivers have to think about while they're going around this course.
Times are in 38.182 for Skull and 45.025 for Squid.
So already a couple of stunning turning events here in the racing bracket. Our next pair is going to be Magnetar, who looked very good in qualifying, will be taking on Supernova, who did not look good in qualifying at all. Supernova was all over the place in that competition, so hopefully they have got it all together and ready to rock.
Well, here's something interesting. They were both in the same qualifying group, so they qualified side by side as well.
That's true, they did. They qualified against each other, and now they will race each other.
Jake also the winner / tie winner of, I believe it's 3 of our special awards.
Indeed, he took home like 3 of the 8 awards that were given out during the award ceremony. Unbelievable.
Tied with Trickster, tied with Freestyler, and 1 save of the year. And save of the year, there's a clip of it on our YouTube channel. If you go to the shorts, I believe it's breakdancing. You can see on the screen. It's a pretty wild save.
No need for breakdancing here in racing, though. Save those tricks for freestyle.
Currently waiting on J&J, Jake and Joanne.
Looks like they are about ready to go.
Gotta get everyone out from staging down to the tunnels. Because again, we have 25 trucks all parked up, ready to go. Kamikazes made their way back to their trailers, so we have 24 trucks all sitting in the staging. Again, some of them are taking their trucks to their haulers, saved for next day. Which, yes, we do have events coming up tomorrow, starting at the same time, 2 o'clock Pacific, 5 o'clock Eastern. That's our high jump, best trick, and freestyle.
Exactly. So if you want more Grand Finals action after this stream is over, fear not, because a whole nother day of action is coming up tomorrow. Anyways, entering the track now, Joanne driving Magnetar, who's picking the red lane. Very interesting. We'll be taking on Jake in Supernova. These two qualified against each other. Magnetar did very well. Supernova did very poor. So in theory, that trend should continue. Once again, Magnetar, another one of these trucks that is set up for racing. It rides really low, has that nice low center of gravity.
I know a lot of people running a specific tune, whether it's chassis or just tune for racing. Some people will change the shocks or the air pressure in the tire. And right now we are underway, and
Jake is already looking like he's in trouble, up on 2 wheels going around the first turn. And Magnetar's in trouble as well. Oh
both
my.
of them with bad turns.
A couple of bad turns from these two competitors. Which means they are dead even right now, and they are scrambling. These two competitors are panicking right now. I can see it in their driving style. And Supernova is just not going to get it done, I'm afraid. He goes over into the wall protection, so all Magnetar has to do is get across the line. And Joanna will do exactly that.
Unfortunate DNF, not the way you want to see a win.
So Magnetar gets the first round win and will advance into round 2. Jake just could not keep it together, I'm afraid. A couple of bad turns from these two competitors, which means they are dead even right now, and they are scrambling. These two competitors are panicking right now. I can see it in their driving style. And Supernova is just not going to get it done, I'm afraid. So Supernova gives the fans a show, but does not give its team a win. Magnetar advances into round 2. Once again, if you want to join the mayhem, get in on this action, and come race with us, you can absolutely do so. Just click on the Discord link in the description here on our YouTube channel, on the homepage, and sign up, and you'll be able to race with us. Completely free to do so, and we highly encourage it. We're always looking for new members, so if you want to come compete, come hang out with us, come have a good time.
Unfortunately,
you know where to find us.
DNF for Supernova and a 42.363 for Magnetar.
Our next pair, coming up shortly in the racing bracket, will be Cooley and Avenger, who struggled in qualifying, really struggled in qualifying, will be taking on H3 in Galactic.
Again, two people who qualified against each other, or beside each other.
That's true, they
Interesting
did.
how this is shaking up.
It is interesting. It is interesting how this bracket is unfolding. Yeah, again, these two qualified against each other. Galactic did very well indeed. Avenger was all over the place in both racing passes, actually DNF'd in their first qualifying pass, but none of that matters now. All that matters is who gets across the line first as they enter the track. Galactic sporting a special chrome green look for this event, and Cooley and Avenger also with a special scheme. We saw it in the Two Wheel Skills competition, did a very good job there, placed second. Cooley's gotta be happy with that.
Very close second as well. If you haven't seen it, rewind after the broadcast to watch it. Meanwhile, we are on the line.
Both trucks are staged and we're waiting for the green. The question is, will Cooley and Avenger be able to keep it together, or is it going to be another galactic walkover like what we saw in qualifying?
We will see as we wait for the green light.
Not sure if Avenger's having some staging difficulties over there. H3 and Galactic, like Jake and Supernova, not only are they teammates, but is another MTM veteran. Looks like we're going to restage the trucks. I'm not sure what's going on there.
Supernova trucks always look very good.
Indeed, Team Supernova knows how to make their trucks look fantastic, and they are off. We finally got the green light.
It looks like they're having issues with the light. Meanwhile, it looks like it might be Galactic. Galactic clips the ramp.
Galactic is not looking too hot. Avengers actually got the lead right now, heading into the dumbbells. Could this be the biggest upset of the night so far? Galactic is way behind. H3 has got ground to make up as Cooley has got their stuff together after a terrible showing in qualifying, and Avenger is opening up that lead, and Galactic is just not going to get it done. So Cooley and Avenger, with the biggest upset of the night after a terrible qualifying performance, is going to defeat the MTM veteran H3 in Galactic. Wow, what a stunning turn of events.
Looks like they got their confidence back after that two-wheel skills. That's what I'd assume.
Exactly. I am genuinely shocked. I was not expecting that.
So far, some great races, big upsets. It's been a pretty good. I think that's most of our first round.
Yeah, we've got
have
one more
one
race
race
left
left.
in round one, and both Team Supernova trucks were eliminated in round one. I don't think anybody was expecting that. Anyways, our final race of round one should be a good one. It's going to be Western Warrior taking on Junkyard Monster. Now, these two had very similar qualifying times, so on paper, this should be a close race.
Fun fact, these guys did not qualify together.
They did not, but despite that, they got very similar times. Western Warrior qualified 15th, and Junkyard Monster qualified 18th, which means Western Warrior is gonna get lane choice.
Times are in, by the way. Galactic got a 42.961 and Avenger with a 38.45.
And again, the times do not matter as we go into the second round, because the trucks that advance from round one will give up lane choice to those that got the automatic bye from qualifying. However, once we get past round 2 and into the quarterfinals, the times will determine lane choice. Once again, we're waiting for our next pair of competitors to enter the track, which is Western Warrior taking on Junkyard Monster. These two competitors got similar qualifying times, so on paper, this should be a great race. Kenny in Western Warrior is a rookie. This is his first season in MTM, his first grand finals. He is thrilled to be here. His fans are thrilled to have him here.
Kenny got Underdog of the Year. And Jim, also on track with him, got Fan Favorite of the Year, which was an open write-in. Anyone can get it.
Indeed, and it looks like Western Warrior opted for the red lane. Both trucks are staged, I believe, and we are waiting for the green light. Kenny in Western Warrior was telling me about how he struggled on this track in practice, but despite that, he still enjoyed racing on it. And Junkyard Monster already with a mistake, clipping that landing pad. We've seen a handful of trucks do that tonight. Seems to be something that catches a lot of these guys.
Yeah, because there's not a lot of space in there.
There really isn't. Junkyard Monster with a slight lead as the two of them head into the second to last turn. Oh my, a big
bounces.
stumble for Junkyard Monster. He held on to it though. However, he hits the jammer, which gives the edge to Western Warrior as they come around the final corner, and Kenny in Western Warrior is going to win his first ever Grand Finals race. Nicely done.
Yeah, halfway through the season, he changed the way his truck was set up, new wheel and everything.
And it seems to be working well for him.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to point out, not to dishearten Jim and Junkyard Monster, but he would have won that race if he didn't drive over the jammer in the second to last turn.
Oh yeah, I believe so as well.
So Kenny and Western Warrior gets a bit of a lucky break in round 1. So round 2 is going to be beginning in just a moment. Official times are in. Western Warrior with a 29.629. I think this is supposed to be a 39. Definitely a mistype. A 39.629. And Junkyard Monster with a 41.427. So that concludes round 1 of racing. Here at MTM Grand Finals 5, we're getting ready to start round number 2. So far, it's been a wild night of racing. We've seen tons of upsets, quite a few stunning developments. Can't wait to see how the rest of the bracket plays out. If you're still with us and you like what you see, please feel free to leave a like and consider subscribing. It really helps us out. We really appreciate the support. And once this stream is over tonight, and you are hungry for more MTM Grand Finals action, don't fret, because tomorrow we have a whole nother day of action that will feature best trick, high jump, and of course freestyle. So we look forward to seeing you all there.
Meanwhile, getting the times, it looks like Junkyard Monster got a 41.427. And Western Warrior a 39.629.
Indeed. Anyway, the brackets have been set for round number 2, and our first race in round number 2 is going to be the Windbreaker, your fastest qualifier, taking on Big Bad Wolf with Dusty behind the wheel.
Yeah, I talked with Skinner earlier. Skinner, the driver of Windbreaker, and he seemed very confident coming into this. He said he had almost no worries on his mind. He says the track, it's great, laid out really well, and he likes the challenge.
Indeed, indeed. So Skinner is calm, cool, collected, and fast, which is all the ingredients you need to win the racing championship. So Dusty and Big Bad Wolf has got their work cut out for them.
And meanwhile, one of the reasons that times do matter, on the right side of the bracket, it looks like Avengers had some problems, which will put head first to next fastest loser. Or next in is fastest loser.
Oh, really? So we're having some technical difficulties with Avenger.
Yeah, technical, mechanical, something up with it.
Well, that's really unfortunate to hear. I mean, we've seen a couple cases of that already during the qualifying festivities. There were a few trucks, Big Bad Wolf being one of them, that were unable to fire. So quite a few trucks with mechanical gremlins here tonight.
Unfortunately, with the 24 truck lineup, you're gonna have that. It's gonna be something that, just with the amount of trucks, someone's gonna have problems.
Indeed, indeed. Anyway, well, we will update you on that story as it continues. Windbreaker did enter the track, but then disappeared. The brackets have been updated, so looks like there is a change. So we have gotten the official word. Avenger, despite winning its race in round 1, will not come back in round 2, and that spot will go to Head First, who was the fastest loser. So again, more stunning developments here at Grand Finals 5.
Just waiting on Big Bad Wolf right now.
Please welcome to the track Skinner in the Windbreaker and Dusty driving Big Bad Wolf. As previously mentioned, Windbreaker is going to get lane choice, being the fastest qualifier and therefore getting that first round bye. So Dusty will have to make do with whatever lane they are given, and Windbreaker preferring the gray lane, as are most drivers tonight. Both trucks are staged and we're waiting for the green light. Now if Dusty can pull off this victory, it would probably be the upset of the night. Because the Windbreaker, your fastest qualifier, and was looking very good in that competition, super consistent.
Oh,
Dusty goes pretty
Never mind.
wide in that second turn.
looks like Skinner almost clipped it, but looks like he's got it all under control, all good, holding the lead.
I'll tell you what, Dusty is hanging in there, but you just can't catch up to Skinner. The second you give up an inch of ground to him, you cannot make it back. So Skinner
He's
and Windbreaker is going to defeat Big Bad Wolf in round 2 of racing here at Grand Finals 5.
Skinner clipping the corners on every time. Figurative clipping, not literally clipping. He's just right there, making this track as small as possible.
He will definitely be one to watch out for in tonight's racing competition.
Oh, absolutely. times are in. Windbreaker got a 37.160, and Big Bad Wolf got a 38.363.
Our next race in round 2 is going to be Scrap Wagon taking on Christine.
Iron Helix versus Mr. Grimm. I like how Mr. Grimm has the horror movie themed car or truck. It's a car. Christine is a car.
It is a car. It's a monster car, not a monster truck.
But I think Scrap Wagon as well is a car. It's a wagon, but it's a car.
True, true.
Alright, we are, what now, 2 races deep into the Heatwave Visual Racing?
Correct, we're waiting for the next pair to enter the track. Once again, if you're just joining us, this is the official MTM Grand Finals 5 broadcast. I'm your host, Jack Mitchell, joined by ThunderLCR in the commentary booth. Thank you for joining us. We just wrapped up round 1 of racing and we just began round 2. There was a lot of stunning developments and upsets in round 1. And so we're looking forward to see what else round 2 has got in store as we await for our second pair to enter the track. We've already crowned 1 world champion tonight. Ace Racer driving Shadow the Hedgehog took home the 2-wheel skills world championship a little earlier on. You can go back and watch that if you so please.
Yeah, the funny thing, while interviewing him, is he said he was kind of just trying to rush through it, as we were running a little bit late at the time. He's like, let's get it over with, let's get it done. He
So
didn't know
even
if he
under
could take
pressure,
the win,
Ace
but,
was calm,
you know.
cool, and collected.
Mm-hmm.
Entering the track now is Mr. Grimm driving Christine, taking on Helix and Scrap Wagon, who advanced from round 1. Christine had lane choice and opted for the gray lane, as are most drivers. Very few of them have chosen the red lane. But those that have chose the red lane have won, which I find interesting. Anyway, they're off.
Yeah, I wonder the percentage of lane choice versus win.
Yeah, that'd be interesting
Probably
to find
fairly
out.
high.
And Christine is just wiping the floor with Scrap Wagon right now. As they navigate around the dumbbells. Actually, tell you what, Scrap Wagon has closed the gap. This one might be closer than we think.
Scrap Wagon way out wide, but gives him a run up. It's side by side.
He's not going to make it, though. Christine is going to win the race. As they collide with each other. A great race from these two competitors.
Looks like we got bumper cars now.
Indeed.
Alright, great racing so far.
Yeah, we've been seeing some great races.
Round 2 has been really great to watch so far. And official times are up. Christine got a 37.673. Scrapwagon getting a 38.090.
Excellent. And the next race in round 2 will be Shadow, your newly crowned skills champion, Shadow the Hedgehog, taking on Hightail, who advanced from round 1.
All right, more racing coming up in just a minute.
Indeed, we are waiting our next pair to spawn in and enter the track. We've seen some great racing so far. If you like what you see, please feel free to leave a like and consider subscribing. And if you want more Grand Finals action after tonight's stream concludes in about 40 minutes, fear not, because we have a whole nother day of Grand Finals action to cover tomorrow. And we look forward to hopefully seeing all of you there to come watch with us. But that's then, this is now, and now we're going to see the race between our newly crowned skills champion, Ace, driving Shadow the Hedgehog, taking on Lotus, driving Hightail. Hightail was able to receive a bit of a lucky break in round 1. Actually lost to Savage in round 1, but Savage got a 5-second penalty, so Hightail advances.
Not the way you want to advance, but an advancement is an advancement sometimes.
Indeed, you should take any win you can get it.
I've not really gotten a fair win, so. I hear something coming.
Indeed, they are getting ready to come down
Sounds like
the tunnel.
something big. And as we've mentioned, tomorrow more Grand Finals action. We have the Liquid Death High Jump, the Sparko Best Trick, and the Skyjacker Freestyle.
Indeed, so if you like what you see here, please consider leaving a like and subscribing. Really helps us out. We appreciate all the support. You can check us out more on YouTube. We got more events that were live streamed here that you can go back and watch. You can follow us on Instagram, TikTok, and Facebook at Monster Truck Mayhem. And also, if you want to join the action, get in on the mayhem, and come compete with us, you can do so by simply clicking our Discord link in the description of the YouTube channel. So go to the YouTube channel's homepage and click on the link in the description. You can come join us, come race with us, come have a good time. And it is a good time. Both Thunder and I are competitors ourselves. We just didn't get an invite, which is why we're in the broadcast booth.
Looks like there's problems with one of the trucks. We're going to move on to the next one, which is going to be Air Raid versus Evil Force.
All right, so we're dropping the Hightail and Shadow race for later in the bracket. Hopefully, whichever truck has the issue can be fixed before it's time to do that race.
So we'll have Whoosh in Air Raid. and Monster and Evil Force.
Now Woosh has his work cut out for him. Again, Monster and Evil Force has the best racing record of anybody in MTM from this past season. He won 16 out of 24 racing competitions. Nobody else even
Racer
came
of the
close
Year
to
award. Got Racer of the Year award in our special awards. Also, fun fact: he got 15 out of 16, but his truck was someone filled in for him and got the 16th.
Indeed. So Marvin and Evil Force definitely knows how to get it done.
Yeah, he also helped me tune my truck up for racing as well. So next season I'll be able to hopefully put down some faster times.
What it means for Woosh and Air Raid, though, is that he cannot make any mistakes. If he does, then his night will be over. Anyways, entering the track now, Marvin Heemeyer in Evil Force, taking on my teammate, Woosh, in that brand new Air Raid which was debuted just a few hours ago in our qualifying competition. And this is interesting. Evil Force has opted for the red lane. We were talking about how most drivers were preferring the gray lane, but not Evil Force. We'll see if it pays off for him. Both trucks are staged, and we're looking for green.
And we're underway. And it's side by side, neck and neck. Looks like Monster's got it though.
Evil Force
It's
with the
turned
lead
faster.
going into the second turn. Air Raid's got a lot of ground to make up.
Almost clips the barbell.
Oh,
Oh,
Evil
Monster
Force
clips
hits the
the
jammer,
jammer.
though. So does
Both
Air
of them
Raid.
got it.
So Evil Force will
Side
take
by
down
side.
my teammate. In round number 2, and Air Raid is going for a tumble. Oh, that's a bad crash. He saved it, though.
One thing I'll say, at least from my angle, it looks like Evil Force might have slid into Air Raid's lane a little bit. Again,
We'll have to
my
see what
angle
the
isn't
officials
best.
say about that. Potentially, we could
Exactly.
see a track penalty come into play.
Yeah, that'd be 5 seconds for getting out of lane.
Waiting for the official word from our track officials. The potential of a 5-second penalty being placed on Evil Force up in the air right now. If he were to receive a 5-second penalty, then Air Raid would get the win and advance into the quarterfinal round.
Alright, let's see what we have.
Still waiting on the official word.
Alright, each and every race they go over the replay to watch it. No call is made quite on the fly. They watch each race, each driver to make sure they get the right call.
And it sounds like they are still debating on whether or not Evil Force is in warrant of a penalty. And as you can see, Marvin is sitting on the track. He hasn't driven into the pits yet, so clearly he's waiting. Oh my. Oh my, a 5-second penalty was indeed given to Evil Force, so Air Raid is gonna advance into the quarterfinals. Another stunning development.
Yep, Air Raid got the 39.534, and Evil Force, after the 5-second, got 42.584.
Holy
It's been a
cow.
37-second, roughly, time.
That's probably the most stunning development of the night. I am shocked by that. Can't imagine that Marvin is any happy with that call. But hey, that's the way the game is played, and you have to play it by the rules. So the official word is, Whoosh in Air Raid advances into the quarterfinal round.
Alright, next up we make our way to the other side of the bracket.
Looks like Ace Racer spawned in. We might get the Shadow and Hightail race at this point.
The way I hear a V8 coming down the tunnel.
Yes, we are.
And that
Okay,
is Shadow.
This is the Shadow the Hedgehog versus Hightail race that was supposed to take place one race ago, but one of these trucks was having issues. We don't know which one. They got it fixed though, and so we're ready to rock. Remember, Ace Racer was already crowned a world champion tonight. He took home the Skills Championship not too long ago, and he's looking to back that up with a racing championship. But to do it, he'll have to get through Lotus in Hightail. Both trucks are staged, and we are waiting for the green. And they're off.
It looks like Shadow opted to the red lane as well.
Indeed, indeed. Both trucks are
You know,
dead
Lotus
even, though,
had-
as they make their way down the front straight.
And we know Lotus had problems in qualifying. But it looks like they might have escaped him now. We are just about dead even. Lotus might have it by a nose.
Slight lead to Lotus as they make their way towards the final turn. This is going to be a close race. Oh my, and it's contact.
both
There's
get offset a
contact.
bit. Was that contact or was that with the berm? Either way, it's a close one. It's by a nose at all.
Both trucks
Well,
made contact, but despite that, Hightail made it across the line first. We'll have to see what the officials say about it.
To be fair, I think Shadow's the only truck on here with a proper nose. No, nothing.
We're waiting for the official call. I got the joke. We're waiting for the official call from our track
Texas
officials
Turtles making it here.
on who was responsible and therefore who will win that race.
Yeah, again, really close, really good races so far. Looks like no contact. It was just the berm.
All right, from my view, it looked like the two trucks made contact. So in that case, I believe Hightail will be advancing as they did get across the line first.
Yeah, it absolutely did look like it, but that berm in the center is hard, and that'll send you up on two wheels. Times are going to be so close. I'm ready to see what the difference between them is. Both very clean runs as well.
Apart from the end when I think Shadow missed the ramp, but no
Wow.
penalty was called. So Hightail with a 38.300 and Shadow with a 38.674. So a very close race
Of a
indeed.
second. Just over 0.3 of a second difference.
Indeed. So Ace Racer and Shadow will not be adding the racing championship to their hauler, and Hightail will advance to the quarterfinals.
Good stuff so far.
Great stuff so far. This is an exciting race bracket. Now we can move over to the other side of the bracket, where Liquid Death will take on Ramunition.
Ramunition already had one upset
Defeating
via
Squid
5-second
Industries.
penalty, but let's see if he can keep it going. We're halfway through round 2. I want to know, how's the chat feeling?
Chat has been
We got
pretty
some viewers.
quiet.
We
Chat
got some
has been
people
pretty
watching. I see
quiet.
ya. This is me asking the chat to respond.
Yeah, exactly. Chat, are you alive? Talk to us.
A's in the chat. And of course, there's
We
the
want to know what your guys'
slight
thoughts
delay.
are on the action that you're seeing.
I think YouTube runs a 10-second delay or something.
Yeah, there is a bit of a delay to the stream. No worries though.
Oh.
Oh,
there's
shoot.
that.
The game just crashed. Oh dear, stand by.
Sorry about technical difficulties. Love it when you get a full system crash. Beauty of broadcasting, you never know what's going to happen. Wish I had some elevator load music right about now. It looks like we are almost back. That'd be a great time to get some water real quick. I've seen one thing from drivers, or heard rather. You can see, or not you can see, you could tell by asking or looking at the fuel cell just how little fuel they run in this just to keep the weight down.
All right, folks, we are back. Sorry about that. You joined me in the pits where we're hanging out with our next pairing. Magnetar will be taking on Heatwave. And we're going to be following these two onto the track. I figured as a reward for your patience, you get to see what it's like here in the pits at this beautiful venue that we're at. And you can get a close-up look at this awesome-looking Heatwave, specially designed for tonight's competition, and it looks good. However, looking good does not win you races, as they say. All right, our competitors are entering the track now. We're getting ready to resume the racing competition. Thanks again for your patience while we worked out those technical difficulties. Alright, we're getting ready to run this next race. Are you with me, Thunder?
Yeah, I'm here.
Alright, sweet. Waiting for these two to stage. And they will be off. Once again, this is Joanne and Magnetar taking on Dak Attack in Heatwave. And they're off. The two of them are even as they head into the second turn, rounding the jammer nicely. Slight edge to Heatwave as they navigate around the dumbbells. However, Magnetar gets the better turn. That's going to give Joanne the edge. If she can win this race, it would be a huge upset. Magnetar with a beautiful turn around the jammer now has got a huge lead as Joanne makes her way towards the finish line. And it is indeed going to be Magnetar getting the win over Heatwave. Great race from these two competitors. Fantastic job. What are your thoughts on that, Thunder?
Beautiful race. I love seeing them close, side by side, most of the time. And with any win, I like it when someone actually outdrives the other. And this seemed to be an outdrive the other sort of situation.
Indeed, indeed. And neither truck made any mistake. Magnetar was just faster. So a great showing from both competitors.
And waiting on times.
No worries.
Because we know who won, but
Yeah.
we'd like to see how much they won. Heatwave with 38.41. And Magnetar with 37.546. I don't know if we got our Liquid Death versus Rammunition yet.
We have not. I think we dropped that race, for now at least. Yeah, we did drop that race, so I don't know what exactly is going on with there with those two. Looks like that race is coming up next, though. So once again, our next race here in round 2, I believe, is going to be Liquid Death taking on Rammunition.
And that is Steeples versus Skull, respectively.
Indeed, indeed. Now, Skull got a big upset, or pulled a big upset in round 1, defeating Squid Industries, and now looking for another big upset.
So, gonna be honest, I'm not sure how big of an upset it was, considering Rammunition did qualify higher than Squid.
That is true. That did happen.
And at the last Green Tour event, Rammunition did take the win.
Also true. Also true. So Rammunition actually has a pretty good odds of taking down your stadium to a green champion, which is Steeples and Liquid Death.
Yeah, he's got momentum going into it.
Indeed, he does.
Meanwhile, Skull versus Steeples getting staged out. Skull gets lane choice.
And he's opting for the gray lane.
I could be incorrect because see, yep, there was a buy, so Liquid Death does get. I apologize. But that shows more people opting for the gray lane.
Indeed, indeed. Looks like Rammunition has to restage. Also, those of you who are still watching, who have been watching from the start, thank you. Thank you for tuning in and sticking with us. We really appreciate it. I hope you're enjoying the action that you're seeing tonight.
And anyone who's just joined in, thank you just as well.
Indeed, welcome to the official MTM Grand Finals 5 broadcast. We are racing, and Rammunition really slow coming out of that berm. I'm not sure what was going on there.
It looks like he wasn't quite as steady as he would needed to be.
Indeed, indeed. So already a big lead to Liquid Death. All he has to do is be consistent, and this race is basically his. But the race is not over till it's over, so we'll see what happens here as they go through the final turn.
Oh, Steeples got upset by something for a second, but kept it going, all good. Goal all over the place on that finish.
So Liquid Death is going to get the win over Rammunition, assuming that no penalties were incurred, which it didn't look like it. And Rammunition just casually beaching itself on the jammer, and giving us a nice save for good measure. Hey, if you're gonna lose, lose in style.
Trying to rub tires a bit.
That's just some good-natured jostling from the competitors.
Reminds me of Tom Mentz versus Jim Jack.
Ooh, yes. Nice throwback.
Didn't Tom end up racing or driving Reptoid because of that?
I think so. I don't know my Monster Jam history that well, but I think that's what ended up happening.
I think we had that one recorded on tape. You know, VHSs. You know what those are, right?
Yes, I know what those are. I'm not 12. I just sound 12. Anyways, if you've just joined us,
other very
welcome.
young people in here.
We've got 2 more races left in round 2, then we will be on to the quarterfinals when stuff really starts to get hot.
Alright, meanwhile, looks like our times are coming in. And Rammunition with a 39.35 and Liquid Death with a 38.024.
Alright, so Liquid Death will advance to the quarterfinals to face off against Magnetar. That's going to be a good race.
You know, people were talking before about hitting 35s and 36s. We've only seen 2 36s so far. I wonder if that was just solo practice.
Exactly. Well, when you're practicing by yourself, there's no pressure.
Mm-hmm.
So you're a bit more brave in the corners. But when you're here in competition there is pressure, especially when it's the grand finals. So
Oh, absolutely. And even in qualifying, we only had 2 break into the 36s. So makes me wonder just how much the competition is getting to them.
Exactly. A lot of drivers driving a bit more cautiously than they otherwise would have because they want to get around the track without crashing or getting any penalties.
And you can see the opposite happen as well with how many people have clipped and crashed and stuff, trying
Exactly,
to go harder than usual.
Squid being one of them,
Hmm.
who was really pushing it to try and win that race against Ammunition in the first round and ended up completely botching it as a result.
Yeah, Cooley in qualifying was similar. Just
Indeed.
couldn't get it done. Got it done, but problems and led head first as fastest loser in.
Indeed. Speaking of which, that's our next race, Natural Selection. Now, this would have been Natural Selection driven by Austin taking on Avenger driven by Cooley, but again, problems with Cooley and Avenger not able to come back for the racing competition. Huge upset for that team, which means that the fast loser, Keith in head first, is going to take their spot here in round number 2. So Keith in head first gets a lucky break after losing the very first race of the night.
Fun fact, Keith's got multiple awards this year, including the Show and Shine Award, which is best liveries and whatnot. He's made liveries for multiple of the drivers. Also tied for Trickster of the Year.
Indeed.
And yeah, his teammate Helix also got one, but that's not him.
So once again, we're ready. We are awaiting for our next group to enter the track, which is Austin driving Natural Selection taking on Keith in head first. Now, those of you with very good memory will recall that Keith lost the first race of the night, but due to technical issues with Cooley and Avenger, Keith, who was the fastest loser, got a lucky break and was able to come back and race in round 2 against Natural Selection. Although I have to be honest, racing Austin isn't really a lucky break. In fact, I would call that a bad break because this guy is fast. He's also sporting a brand new body for this event. Not sure if that's going to be permanent going into the future or if it's a Grand Finals exclusive. Nevertheless, it looks great. Both trucks are staged and looking for green.
Both running exclusive designs, both from Green Tour, so these drivers most likely gone up against each other.
Oh, for sure, these two have raced each other before in the past. Anyway, they're off. Natural Selection already with a commanding lead going into the second turn and down the straightaway.
Oh, he
clips the dumbbell, though. That's going to give head... Oh! Huge mistake from Natural Selection. He did not make the jump. Head first has got a huge lead. He can pull the upset here. Keith is in a really, really good spot. He's just got to keep it together. Natural Selection's all over the place. It's all over. Keith in head first with one of the biggest upsets of the night defeats Austin and Natural Selection. Holy cow.
A wild race. I have not seen anything like that for a long time.
Unbelievable. I don't think anybody would have called that.
Yeah, from going to fastest loser, lucky break, to getting one of the, let's see, what did he get? He was 7th seed, 7th fastest qualifier, and just couldn't get his spots or something. Was having trouble understeering.
So Keith in head first, not known as being a racer, gets a huge win. He's going to the quarterfinals.
Meanwhile, times are up. Head first with the 38.894. Natural Selection, unfortunately, with a 43.019.
Natural Selection somehow ended up lodged in the stands, but it's okay. With the power of BeamNG, we've cleaned everything up in an instant. Alright, we've got one more race left here in round number 2. It'll be Western Warrior taking on the second fastest qualifier, Savannah in Bigfoot.
Yeah, that Bigfoot truck always looking clean with nice schemes. To be honest, I like those schemes more than the schemes that the team is running out on the regular circuits.
Indeed, it's been an incredible night of racing so far. The upsets that we've been seeing have just been incredible. This reminds me of World Finals 23 from just last weekend.
Oh yes, amazing racing.
Indeed,
Back with the
indeed.
jam. Anyway, Gardner.
Yeah, should we talk about Zach Garner for a little bit while we wait for the next two to enter the track? Actually, no, they're already on the track. At least
I was
one
about
of
to
them
say
is.
they're on the track. No.
Savannah in Bigfoot, your second fastest qualifier, who is hanging out in the chat with us throughout the racing competition. We appreciate that, Savannah. Thank you. Will be taking on Kenny in Western Warrior, the probably the biggest underdog in this competition, or at least one of the biggest. I think Keith might be the biggest now that he's defeated Natural Selection.
Well, Kenny got underdog of the year, so.
That is true, he did. He did, so he is actually the biggest underdog here in this bracket. Looking to take it a step further and defeat the second fastest qualifier, which again is Savannah in Bigfoot, who looked great in qualifying, hoping to look good here in racing. Both trucks are staged and we're looking for green. And they're off. And Bigfoot absolutely drilled Western Warrior off the line. However, she gets tangled up in the landing pad. We've seen so many trucks do that.
The way something might have happened with Kenny too. I wasn't quite looking, but he's still behind. I wonder if he clipped something as well.
No, it's just the sheer power of that Bigfoot machine. Oh my! Oh, it's a bad crash for Bigfoot. Savannah broke a wheel off on that hit and reset by accident. I don't believe it. Kenny is gonna win this thing. Holy cow. What a night of racing it's been so far. The upsets are tremendous. Bigfoot just did not have enough speed getting over that jump. Clips the backside of the landing pad, rips the right rear clean off. Which of course is an RII, and that just handed the win over to Western Warrior. I am stunned. Absolutely stunned.
That's a DNF for Bigfoot, unfortunately.
That is a DNF for Bigfoot. Again, the second fastest qualifier. Savannah in Bigfoot just... I guess the nerves got to them or something. Whatever it was, they just couldn't get it done here tonight.
Very unfortunate. There's been a lot of upsets and a lot of close races. It's been pretty wild in the Heatwave Visuals racing. But I believe that finishes out our second round and we'll go into quarterfinals.
Indeed. The quarterfinals bracket is up. 4 races will decide our final 4. And those races will be the Windbreaker taking on Christine. Hightail will race Air Raid. Liquid Death will go against Magnetar. And the 2 biggest surprises of the entire night, head first against Western Warrior. What a night it's been so far.
Time is in for Western Warrior. He got a 39.08.
Just goes to show that consistency is more important than sheer speed on a track like this one.
Oh yeah, we've been saying that all night.
We have been saying that all night, and it's really proving to be true here in this racing competition.
I already know it's getting late on the East Coast, but we are in quarterfinals. Racing's about to be wrapped up.
And then the stream will end, but don't feel bad about that because we have a whole nother day of MTM Grand Finals action coming at you tomorrow. We got high jump, best trick, and freestyle all taking place tomorrow starting at 2 p.m. Pacific time and 5 p.m. Eastern time. So, if you're looking for more Grand Finals action after tonight's stream ends, don't worry, we got lots more coming up tomorrow. But that's then. This is now, and now we are in the quarterfinals. It'll be Skinner in Windbreaker taking on Mr. Grimm in Christine. These 2 trucks have been looking bad fast all night. Gonna be interesting to see who takes the win in this race.
Yeah, so far, it looks like Windbreaker's been just running wild. He got the first, got the top qualifier, got through his round, and we'll see what he can do now.
Both trucks are staged and we're looking for green. They are off. Oh, Windbreaker with a bit of a stumble coming out of the first turn. Unusual to see from
Christine
Skinner, but
goes
Christine just goes
wide,
way
though.
too deep. You can't go that deep against Skinner. You just can't. Oh my, Christine completely missed the dumbbell
Understeer.
turn. This one's all Windbreaker if he keeps it together.
Grim just has to hope for something. And again, understeering. So did Skinner, but Skinner's got a track lead almost.
Yeah, Skinner had such a huge lead it didn't even matter. So Christine, a valiant effort, but just isn't good enough tonight. Windbreaker advances to the semifinals to the surprise of nobody.
Yeah, these two have faced off throughout the Purple Championship.
Indeed,
So
I was
they
on
knew
the,
what
I
they
was
were
on
up
the Purple
against.
Stadium tour, so I had the pleasure of competing against both of them. Both of them are great competitors. This time it was Skinner and Windbreaker who prevailed.
Next up, a couple more people out from the upsets. We'll have Hightail and Air Raid.
Indeed. Excuse the background noises if you can hear any. That's just family.
No worries. By the way, if you like what you've seen so far, make sure to subscribe to our YouTube page if you aren't already. Go ahead and ring that bell. Give us a like. Helps us out a little bit.
Indeed,
check out our
follow
other
us on
socials.
TikTok, follow us on Facebook and Instagram, all at Monster Truck Mayhem. And if you want to get in on the mayhem yourself, you can do so by joining our Discord. You can click the link on the homepage here on our YouTube channel. You can sign up. You do not need a custom truck, by the way, to come race with us. I know we've been talking all night about how many custom trucks we have. You don't need one. I'm sorry, somebody just spawned a Mustang in the stands. So yeah, if you want to come race with us and come hang out with us, feel free to do so. Our Discord community is open and very welcoming, so if you want to come hang out, you can absolutely do that. And we've
Meanwhile,
got...
times are up for the previous round. And Windbreaker with a 37.771 and Christine with a 44.935.
Excellent, excellent. We're getting ready for our second race of the quarterfinals, which again is Hightail taking on Air Raid, two other trucks that pulled some big upsets in the previous round. Hightail defeated the International Series champion Ace in Shadow the Hedgehog, and Air Raid got a lucky break when Evil Force got a 5-second penalty. So it's going to be interesting to see what these two can come up with here on the racetrack. And they are entering the course now. Hightail is going to have lane choice as Lotus had the faster time of the two in the previous round. And Hightail is going to pick the red lane this time. Interesting. Hightail also sporting a special body and special livery for tonight's event. Got that Willys Pro mod body. It looks fantastic. Anyway, both trucks are staged and we're looking for green. And they're off. This is for a spot in the Final Four, so I imagine this race is going to be a bitter one. Oh my, Air Raid clips the dumbbell. Both of the trucks were dead even up until that point. Now Hightail has got a huge lead. as they make their way towards the final turn. I tell you what, Air Raid made up some ground, but this one is all hightail. Lotus will advance to the semi-final round, taking down that brand new Air Raid, who is going to give us a bit of two-wheel skill action. As I've said before, and I'll say it again, if you're going to lose, lose in style. And that's exactly what Whoosh did. Good effort from these two drivers. So we've decided 2 of our 4 semi-finalists. Now it's time to figure out who the other 2 will be. Our next race will be Steeples, the Stadium Tour Green champion, taking on Joanne in Magnetar. Steeples, of course, piloting Liquid Death.
And both drivers from different tours.
Indeed, Liquid Death from Stadium Tour Green and Magnetar from the International Tour. I think I'm right in saying that Magnetar is now the only truck from the International Tour left in the bracket.
With Bigfoot and Shadow, as well as Avenger and Big Bad Wolf all out, yeah.
Indeed. So Magnetar,
By the way,
all of the International's hopes and dreams are riding with Joanne right now.
By the way, times are in for the last one. Hightail got a 38.277. Air Raid got a 44.815. Guessing there was a 5, it looked like there might have been some lane crossover.
Yeah, there was definitely a 5-second penalty called upon Air Raid, which didn't matter because Hightail got across the line first.
Wasn't necessary, but it was there.
Yeah, indeed. So we are just a few rounds away from crowning the 2024 MTM Racing Champion. Once again, our next race is going to be Steeples in Liquid Death, taking on Joanna in Magnetar for a spot in the semi-final round. Once again, thank you all for tuning in and sticking with us. We sincerely hope that you are enjoying the content that you are seeing so far, and if you want to see more of it, well, you have a couple options. You can check out our YouTube channel here, Monster Truck Mayhem. We have plenty of other streams that are up for you to watch, as well as edited full shows. In addition to that, we have the second half of MTM Grand Finals 5 being broadcast tomorrow, where we will see Best Trick, High Jump, and Freestyle, starting at 2 p.m. Pacific Time and 5 p.m. Eastern. Be sure to tune in for that. It's gonna be off the hook. But that's then, this is now, and now we are waiting for Steeples and Joanne to enter the track.
I love the wallop of a monster truck motor.
I see we have a Liquid Death fan in the chat. Once again, this race is for a spot in the semi-final round.
Well, gonna be honest, Steeples was, I believe he was my pick for who's gonna win.
Anyways, we'll see if that's going to come to fruition. Please welcome onto the track now, Joanne driving Magnetar, and your Stadium Series Green champion, Steeples in Liquid Death. These two are looking for a spot in the semi-final round. Oops. Sorry about that. Didn't mean to lose the camera there. Both trucks are staged, and we're waiting for green. Once again, Joanne and Magnetar, the only competitor from the International Tour left in the bracket. If they want to advance, they have to take down one of the best in the league, Steeples and Liquid Death. Once again, we're waiting for the green flag to drop. A spot in the semi-final round is on the line. Both drivers signaling to the track officials that they're ready by wiggling their tires. That's a classic MTM tradition. Alright, they are staged and looking for green. And they're off. Oh my goodness, Steeples runs right into the backside of that landing ramp. That's basically a brick wall. You cannot do that. That gives a huge advantage to Magnetar as they go around the dumbbells.
Wow, Steeples made up that ground quick, though.
He
He's
did
not
make
too
up that ground, so
terribly far
Magnetar's
behind.
got to stick with it if they want to win. Joanne cuts that turn maybe a little too tight, but it worked out for them. They are neck and neck coming to the final turn. This one's going to come down to the finish line. Oh my goodness. Oh my,
Steeples flips the
Magnetar
turn.
does it. Magnetar defeats Liquid Death for a spot in the semifinals.
My goodness.
What a race. That's the best race of the night so far.
Oh, absolutely.
That was a fantastic race. Super exciting to watch.
Gonna say, huge props to Steeples for how quickly he came back from that.
Indeed, indeed.
Yeah, with I think it was 3 or 2 events left to go, he clinched Stadium Series green.
So, Magnetar will advance to the semifinals, and your Stadium Tour Green champion has to go back to the hauler and prepare for tomorrow.
See, I have to see the times on this one. This is gonna be some fantastic times.
Oh yeah, I'm sure the times are great. That was a phenomenal race.
Oh, the 5-second penalty didn't help. I guess Liquid missed something or something, but he got a 42.909. with
Oh dang,
Magnetar
Liquid
getting
Death
a
got a
38.
5-second penalty? Now that's just insult to
462.
injury.
Yeah, and it's still a half second. Magnetar got it by a half second regardless, but
I'll tell you
ouch.
what, Joanne is sitting pretty. Anyway, now it's time to get to what I think is going to be the most interesting race of the quarterfinal round. The two competitors that I don't think anybody saw or thought would make it this far in the race bracket. Keith, not known for being a racer, in head first, will be taking on the fan favorite award winner, Kenny,
underdog.
underdog award winner, Kenny in Western Warrior.
No, he beat Kenny beat the fan favorite in the first round.
That's true, he did. Anyways, entering the track now, or at least stopping right before the track. No, he's entering the track. Kenny in Western Warrior, who has gotten a bunch of lucky breaks all throughout the night.
Well, regardless of luck or not, man's been trying his hardest.
He has been. He's been super consistent. He has by no means been the fastest, but hey, he's made it this far, so clearly it's working for him. And we're just waiting for his opponent, Keith in head first, to enter the track.
And he still did outrace his opponent in the first round. Would have outraced Air Raid in previous round. He's not slow by any means. May not be the fastest.
No, but as we said already, consistency is the key on this track, not pure speed.
Absolutely. You can see what's happened with Bigfoot, second best time, but couldn't keep it consistent with the DNF.
Exactly. Now, we're still waiting
Similar
for...
with Evil Force, Shadow.
We're still waiting for Keith to enter the track. This should not be a bye run because under the rules, if Head First couldn't start, then somebody else would come back to take his place in this race. So there will be no bye runs. However, we're waiting to see if Keith will actually be able to take part in this race. As Kenny gives us a little two-wheel skill action over there to keep us entertained.
Anyone have the Jeopardy music on file?
Anybody have the what?
The Jeopardy music.
I do not know, but that would have been a really nice thing to play at this point.
I have it on my announcing computer, but not my main.
Isn't that music copyrighted though? Wouldn't we get like demonetized or have this stream taken down if we played it?
Possibly, yeah.
Okay, yeah, then let's maybe not do that.
Another reason I'm not going to. I've got tons of copyrighted music on my laptop. Spotify is wonderful. I also have some stuff that's not copyrighted or DMCA. All music that's published is copyrighted.
Once again, we're waiting for Keith to bring head first out onto the track. Not too sure what's going on here. Kenny and Western Warrior is waiting very patiently for his opponent.
Oh no, I can't hear their radio. They might be very upset.
That's true. That's true. He might be in there throwing a fit.
Not like Kenny, I believe, but it bugs me when certain other big shot broadcasters put words into people's mouths.
Yeah, same here. Once again, we're still waiting for Keith to enter the track. Not sure what's taking so long. Potentially some kind of connection issue.
Looks like he's having some sort of problem.
Clearly, that truck has not fired.
Looking at the board, he's saying he's having trouble getting it running.
Oh dear. So yet again, another truck with electrical issues in tonight's racing competition. Looks like though they got it fixed. Looks like Headfirst will be joining us. And that's good, because I know there are a lot of Headfirst fans in the stands watching tonight, hoping to see if Keith can make it to the semifinals.
And thank you to everyone watching live and to everyone who will be watching the VOD.
Indeed, yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for watching. We appreciate you tuning in and sticking with us. It's been a spectacular night so far. Night's not over yet, but it will be soon. As we inch closer to crowning our 2024 MTM World Racing Champion. Looks like Keith has spawned in. That truck has fired. We are going to have a race. Fantastic.
Right. Getting this Heatwave visual racing back underway. Again, tomorrow we do have more to come. We will have our Liquid Death High Jump, our Sparko Best Trick Contest, and our Skyjacker Suspension Freestyle.
Indeed. So if you want more MTM Grand Finals action, be sure to tune in tomorrow at 2 p.m. Pacific or 5 p.m. Eastern to capture all that good stuff. Anyway, these two trucks are staged and ready to go.
Here we go.
This will decide the fourth and final spot in the semifinal round. Kenny clips that tabletop. It didn't seem to affect him that much, though. Slight lead to head first as they navigate around the dumbbells. Kenny with a massive jump. That was some serious elevation. And now he just takes that last turn way too wide and overdoes it. So Western Warrior's night is over. All Keith has to do is get across the line, and he does. So head first will advance to the semi-final round.
What was it, 2009 that Lindsay Wink had for a full show, just got lucky break after lucky break in racing?
Yeah, and then he made it to like the semis or something and then rolled over. And I don't know what's going on here. These two guys are having a demolition derby. Kenny clearly not that happy about spinning out in the turn like that. He did tell me before tonight's competition that he doesn't mind losing a race fair and square, but if he loses because he messed up, it makes him upset. So he could very well be disappointed about that. But honestly, he's got nothing to be upset about, okay? He had a great night. I don't think anybody was expecting him to make it as far as he did. And he still got freestyle tomorrow. So his grand finals debut is not over yet.
Time is in for head first with a 38.583.
Alright, well, all four of our semi-finalists have officially been decided. And it's going to be Windbreaker taking on Hightail. And Magnetar taking on Head First. Those are your final four for Grand Finals 5. These next two races will decide our competitors for the championship race.
I don't know if you're pumped, man, but I'm pumped.
I'm pumped too. This is exciting stuff.
Some of the best racing I've seen in MTM. The top dogs of top dogs all going at it. We've seen upsets, we've seen underdog stories, and neither of which are finished.
Indeed, the only downside is that those two underdogs will have to fight each other for a spot in the finals.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's gonna be wild out here. Also, I found out the reason we don't have more live viewers is because there's an AI generated SpongeBob live stream apparently.
Okay.
I don't know, it got brought up on my on my page while I was watching this.
I don't think that has anything to do with why we don't have more viewers. I think it's just because not a whole lot of people know about us yet. Hey, we gained a new subscriber. We're now at 502. Yeah. I don't know if whoever subscribed is watching this stream, but if you are, thank you. We appreciate that. Anyways.
Either way, we are getting staged up for the first of our semi-final races.
Indeed, it will be Skinner in the Windbreaker taking on Lotus in Hightail. These two will be battling it out for a spot in the championship race. Now, Skinner has been looking very good all night long. Super fast, super consistent. Lotus has been getting faster by each race.
Yeah,
the pressure is probably very high at this point for these two competitors. Who can handle the pressure best? We're about to find out. Let's go green.
Yeah, Skinner said there's no pressure. He's felt no pressure. I wonder if it's getting there yet. We'll see what happens.
And they're off. Navigating around the first turn, both trucks nailed it. They are neck and neck as they go around the second turn and head down the front straight. Possibly a slight lead to Windbreaker as they enter the dumbbells. Lotus having to check up a little as he goes over that jump. And Skinner is just so consistent, man. Lotus is going to
Lotus
give it his all to
throwing
try and beat him,
everything.
but it's not going to be enough. Skinner will put Windbreaker in the World Championship race.
Ooh, this is some good stuff right here. Now we got to see head first versus Magnetar, who we're going up against.
Indeed, the two underdogs will fight for a spot in the finals against Windbreaker.
I think every person left is now on a different tour. Head first is on green. Magnetar is on blue.
And Windbreaker
And
is
Skinner's
from
on purple. So we've confirmed that we're getting a I'm not colorblind, I swear. We've confirmed that we're getting a purple truck. Now let's see if we get green or blue. By the way, times are in for the previous round. Windbreaker got 37.245. Hightail got a 38.252.
Again, folks, don't go
Just
anywhere
about
yet. We're just
second.
2 races away from crowning our world champion. We got one more to decide who will face off against Windbreaker in the finals, and then the world championship race. So if you're still tuned in with us, hang tight. We're almost done here. You don't want to miss what's to come next. We're getting ready for our second race in the semifinals to decide who will face off against Skinner in Windbreaker in the championship race. It will either be Joanne and Magnetar or Keith in head first. And I'm going to be honest. I personally did not expect either of these two to make it this far, but they did. And one of them is going to get a piece of Skinner for the World Championship.
Alright, we're going to see momentarily if we will have a green tour finalist or a blue tour finalist.
I'll tell you what though, who would have guessed that of all the competitors from Stadium Tour Green, the last one standing in the race bracket was gonna be Keith? I don't think anybody would have guessed that.
Yeah, nothing against Keith.
No,
but
that's nothing against Keith. It's just he's not known for being a racer.
Yeah, he's a trickster. He's a guy who'll pull out the stunts. Him and Helix, both team trucks, will throw their trucks around in ways you wouldn't know they could go.
Indeed, he's known for doing. Keith is known for doing wacky stuff, not for winning races. Magnetar, however, is a truck that's set up for racing. So gonna be interesting to see who can pull this one off. Both trucks are staged and ready to go. This is for a spot in the championship race against Windbreaker.
Is this a race source versus a
DCC.
or sorry, CRC versus Squid?
No, it's a DCC. Magnetar is on a DCC, I think.
I don't know the DCC.
Pretty sure it's a DCC chassis. Anyway,
Probably a DCC.
they're off. Again, this is for a spot in the finals. Magnetar, another truck that's been pretty consistent all night long. And is looking very consistent now. Magnetar with the lead over head first as they navigate around the dumbbells. Although Magnetar has to check up over the dumbbells. Oh no! It's disaster for Joanne and Magnetar. Head first has got a huge lead. And Magnetar's going over.
Well, if you can't beat him, show him up.
Holy cow. I don't think anybody would have imagined that Keith, the trickster, the guy known for doing insane stunts, would
Keith,
take
we
it
call
all
him.
the way to the World Championship race.
By the way, before we get to our finals, we will have a third place race to definitively decide third place, which will be, of course, now Magnetar going up against Lotus. Hightail.
It doesn't look like that's been communicated to Keith, though, because he's still on the track.
Oh, well, Keith is going to Keith.
Yes, he is.
I think he's still taking it in that he's going to the finals. Head first got a 40.481. So not the fastest time, but versus a DNF, you can run a minute and a half.
And a DNF for Magnetar. Which I was not expecting. I was fully expecting Magnetar to win that race. I'm gonna be honest. So once again, the stunning developments continue. But before we get to our World Championship race, we're gonna have a third place race between Magnetar and Hightail. That's gonna be taking place in just a moment. And then once that race concludes, we will get to the moment that we've been preparing for since qualifying started, which is the World Championship race, which will be the windbreaker against Head First. I don't think anybody saw that coming. So again, the race that we are preparing for now is for third place. This is the third place race.
And we will catch an interview with our champion.
Indeed, so once racing is over, stay tuned. So we're going to interview the racing champion, and then then we will be signing off for the night. So once again, thank you all so much for tuning in. We hope you enjoyed the action that you've seen so far. Racing is about to wrap up. Both trucks are staged, and they're looking for green. Once again, this is our third place race. Our third place, or bronze medal, if you will, race. And they're off. And Lotus absolutely trips up over that jammer.
Oh, hate to see it.
But hey, that's the nature of racing.
Nature of the beast, yes it is.
So this one is all Magnetar so long as Joanne keeps it together. And Joanne will keep it together, so... Did that truck just run out of fuel? Oh no, okay, Magnetar... Joanne was just teasing. I was like, there's no way that truck just ran out of fuel on the final straight. So Magnetar will take home the bronze medal in the racing competition for Grand Finals 5. Excellent job from these two competitors. Now we need them to exit the track so we can get on with the main show, the race that we all want to see. The one that will crown the 2024 MTM Racing Champion.
Now we have our official times as well. We have Magnetar with a 42.012 and Hightail with a 42.742.
Alright, now that we've got the third place race over with, it's time for the championship race. So once again, if you are still with us, don't go anywhere, because we are about to crown the Racing World Champion for MTM in 2024. It will either be the man who qualified first in the racing bracket, a guy who seems to live, breathe, and eat racing. Skinner driving the windbreaker. He has been so consistent all night long. He has made so little mistakes. I mean, he's got to be as cool as a cucumber. He told us after winning the fastest qualifier, that there was no pressure at all. So this guy has to have a lot of confidence coming into this race.
All right, chat, drop your predictions. I want to see what everyone's thinking right now.
Chat, drop your predictions, and his opponent is the competitor that, I'm going to be honest, nobody was expecting to make it this far. The guy known as the Trickster, the guy who always comes up with inventive, creative moves in this tour, and not known for being a racer, but despite that, shocked everybody and made it this far. It's Keith in head first. They are entering the track now. One of these two is going to be the 2024 World Racing Champion for the MTM League.
Oh, I like that. I like that little bit of showboating.
A little bit of showboating. The energy in this stadium is electric right now. I think I'm right in saying that neither of these two competitors are MTM champions. So just like with the skills competition,
right.
we will be crowning a new champion.
We're crowning a new champion either way. But not even a series champion in here. Let's see what we got.
It's Stadium Tour Purple versus Stadium Tour Green. Skinner in the windbreaker. Keith in head first. The Racing World Championship race begins now. Or now. How about now? Maybe...
Just chill.
Okay, I guess they're not... I guess they want to keep us on the edge of our seat here.
And we are racing.
Now we're racing. This is it. This is for all the marbles. The Racing World Championship is officially underway.
It looks like Keith actually may have the lead. Oh, it's...
No, he went way too deep in that second turn. As mentioned before, Skinner has been so consistent, so smooth all night long. Keith, I'll be honest, has kind of been all over the place, but that's just Keith being Keith. Will it pay off for him in the final race of the night? They're coming to the final turn. Slight edge to Windbreaker. Windbreaker clips the jump. I don't believe it.
Oh my goodness.
Go, Keith, go! It's a photo finish! Holy cow! I don't believe it! I don't believe it! Did Keith just win the championship? I'm genuinely... Oh my! I am genuinely cheering. Did Keith in head first just win the racing championship? We're waiting for the official call. It was a photo finish. Skinner is taking it to the pits. I think he knows. It's been confirmed. It's been confirmed. Keith in head first, the guy nobody saw coming, has won the MTM Racing Championship. What an unbelievable night of racing. Can you believe this?
Oh, we're going to get an interview with them in just a little bit.
And Keith is going to freestyle early to celebrate the racing championship.
As would any logical human.
Wow. There's nothing for me to say. It speaks for itself.
Alright, do you have the times? I know we got the official championship.
Keith in head first is still celebrating. It's not freestyle yet, Keith. Oh my gosh. You know what? You know what? I can't even be upset. I can't even be upset. What a night of racing. Unbelievable.
Just gonna tear the truck.
Yeah, no, he's just Keithing. He's Keithing.
So
this is, if you're wondering why we've been calling him the Trickster all night long, this is why. This is the stuff he's known for. But now there's another thing he can be known for. The MTM World Racing Champion.
Yeah, we call him Spinny Keith. or at least he calls himself that. You can see why in his freestyle, man.
All right,
This
we got to
man
pull
has
him
had
in here for an
a
interview.
life.
We got to talk to this guy.
Howdy, chat.
Keith, congratulations on the World Racing Championship. How you feeling right now, dude?
Wild. Absolutely wild in every sense of the word.
I gotta be honest. I was not expecting you to make it all the way to the
And I
championship
was not
race.
expecting it either.
Let
I tell
alone-
you what,
let
I
alone
was
win
not
it.
expecting it either.
Let alone win it. You like? Do you
I lose-
do you
I lose-
understand? This is the biggest freaking upset in the history of this tour. I mean,
I won against the guy going on his last race, ever, potentially.
I
call that an upset.
Oh,
I
what
was
a way to retire.
actually cheering out loud when I saw you get across the finish line first. It was unreal.
Woohoo!
Still waiting on official times.
Oh, we
Oh,
don't
well,
need
yeah,
official
that
times
is-
anymore. We already know who won.
Yeah,
They put out the official announcement. I just want to see the times.
Holy mother of God!
Hey, careful, we're still on stream.
Yeah, don't say anything too crazy. We're still live.
To the Lord Almighty, I am absolutely ecstatic.
Congratulations, Keith, on the World Racing Championship. And if there's anybody who has a genuine shot at double downing and taking the freestyle one too, it's probably you.
Maybe. Who knows? We'll have to see, because there's a lot of people out there ready to throw down for freestyle. But I just know, I won in the dang racing style. Well, what am I trying to say? Let me just say my thoughts. I'm too hyped. I won in my worst competition. I'm a trickster, I'm a freestyler, and I'm a racing champion.
Hey, Keith, I can't be more happy for you, dude. That was MTM Grand Finals 5 Racing. Thank you all so much for watching. Be sure to tune in tomorrow for high jump, best trick, and freestyle.
Yeah, watch me spill!
We will see you all there. Good night, folks.